Alright, folks, I thought I had Steam open. I didn't. Hold on. Welcome to the show. We're back with Limbus Company. And today we're finishing the event Hell or High Water because, I haven't got any fucking time and we have to go manage some other places that are also hell and also have high water. In fact, I was just jotting down notes on what to do with that certain area right before the stream started. Because I remember Arma has some assets, and while I can't get overly artistic and pretty, I can make the place look a little better. And also, I also realized, there's a group of buildings I hadn't decided what to do with, and I decided, what if I method act with artillery? I mean, Stanley Kubrick did that with, Apocalypse Now. I believe him and his, I forget exactly who, but him and another person went out to the construction site where they filmed the sniper scene, and they just sat there with a wrecking ball knocking holes in a wall and went, what can we do with this hole? What if we made a hole here? Yeah, let's make a hole here. Following in the footsteps of greats. Stanley Kubrick had turbo autism. Yes, he did, but man was an amazing filmmaker. Okay, so. Right, okay, we should be good here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Phontomen, and welcome back to Limbus Company, where we need to finish this event today. Or rather, get to the end of the story so I can grind the event in a corner. Any day now. Was there an update while I wasn't looking? Also have some tea too, and some energy drinks, because that's kind of how this Turbo England is kind of running here, I guess. I need to finish this tonight, so if we're up until 5 a.m., oh well. It's probably not gonna take that long though. But let's get on with it. So when we last left off, Don Quixote had been jailed for Don Quixote crimes, and Ryoshu, Honglu, and Rhodia had been selected to go out and solve a mystery. I have no idea how this is going to go, but it's probably going to end in comedy. And murder. It's blunt damage until done. Thank you, sir. Let's see. The third victim of this case is this watch factory's... Hold up. The obviously gaudy and expensive suit, the meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. I like how we had like a prompt, like what is this, Professor fucking Layton? Aha, a clue. The audio department's selling this one. They're totally getting what they're supposed to do, and they're selling it.
Why am I seeing an AD? Oh, I forgot to resub. Oops.
Thank you for the sub, Egg Roll. Welcome back to the show. But yeah, well, that's interesting. I have 90 subscribers right now. You'd think it would have gotten people that actually were actually regular viewers. I don't know how that random seed works, so I'm very sorry. Yeah, we're off to a great start. Yeah, we are detectives working on the case of time-killing time. My name is... Oh. What the hell? Ryoshu, detective. Okay. Interesting way to introduce yourself there, but okay, fine, yes. Ryoshu did in fact introduce. Yes. It's like looking at an object and said, I examined it. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Result did when he reviewed those chickens. It's possible when the subs were already gifted, Eggroll was already subbed. Yeah, that probably is. He's rich, so he has more time than you for agonizing... more time... Wait. So he has more time than you. For him, you're agonizingly slow. Ah, right. Okay, so he's moving quite fast. He also has color, which is pretty clearly, I am rich. If the mustache wasn't, yeah, you know, the mustache and the goatee wasn't already, you know, clearly obvious here. He's talking so fast, it's like someone pressed a fast forward button in him or something. I can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. Maybe I should use my command seals. He's someone who has a lot of time. Yes, What's that supposed to mean? An average T-Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day, but you might also run into someone like him, people with plenty of time to spare because they have so much surplus time, they can afford to condense 40 to 50 hours into a single day. And to people with fewer hours in a day, it looks as though he's moving 3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone even has the chance to catch them in the act. He's fast. 3 times faster. Okay. So when you're rich, you can do that. So when you have only 4 hours a day, for you, everyone is fast, but to everyone, you're slower than a paralyzed snail. Right, so it's relative. Right. I gave Rhodia a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu Shink? Not sure about that acronym, not terribly smart, but here I'm running on tea and energy drinks. I'm English, don't you know? The gin's missing, but we're trying to keep light today. A quick look as in a brief flicker of the flames burning my clock. It's how the tax collectors teleport, yes, because they're allowed to use time on company dime, which means they can condense that time and build a company for it later in order to, you know, promptly carry out company duties. That makes sense. They're probably still built for that, though, on some level. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. It began to play his voice back to us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name's Bumble, a proud proprietor of this watch factory. Apologies for this awkward method of communication. You see, my days are 52 hours long. I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but things have taken a turn. But the things have taken a turn for the worse at the factory in recent years. 100-hour days? The man's basically standing still at that point from your point of view. Like, he's there, and if he's you can't actually see him doing anything. Like, if he's present within the room, you're gonna see him standing still, and then he'll be gone. Terrifying. Now picture what it's like to take all of someone's time. Well, that would imply that you could take all of it, which would be very difficult because then you're crossing down into like nanoseconds, and can you really remove all time? Can you really stop time? Completely? That's a scientific conundrum. Can you really stop time, or do you reduce it down to a level where it's so fucking slow it might as well be standing still anyway? 52 hours? Yes. Like most things in the universe, nothing really stops. It just gets really, really slow to the point where human perception perceives it as, standing still. It's not, but for all intents and purposes, it is standing still for you. Or rather, you can act like it is. To me, it looks as though you are all talking very, very, very slowly. I must say, it's quite frustrating, but I am willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case. You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day? Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. I get a lot of sleep? Man, that's the first thing I would do. I'd catch up on all my goddamn sleep. Man, that'd be great. Good lord, I might feel like a kid again with that much time on my hands. Maybe more. Then you have something in common with Mr. Rich. Yes, the sleep. Well, I can tell you if you're that curious. It's a very, very full life, I must say. Having more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things done in a day, like sleeping 10 or more hours a night and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh, indeed. I'll let you touch it if you want. Yeah, no, sleep fucking 10, 15 hours a day. Actually, just, like, you would actually come back to normal then, because modern living is actually terrible on the human psyche and condition. We're not meant to work like this, but we did because it seemed like a good idea. But largely, most of the things that humans do in the modern times, contemporary times, to be entirely exact, most of them we're not supposed to be doing, but it's okay if we did them in a short amount of time. And most of us were lulled into the situation purely on that fact. Oh, it won't be that bad. It'll only be for a bit. But we're not supposed to be doing these sorts of things for years on end, which is where we find ourselves. Most of the problems with humans today come from the fact that we're doing things we really should not be doing for the lengths of time that we are doing them. However, time is money, so there's that. Nothing is more permanent than something temporary. That's an interesting way of putting it. But yeah, therein lies the problem. We shouldn't be doing these things, and Mr. Bumble here is actually able to live in a capacity where it's actually, he has a lot of work and responsibilities, I'm sure, but he also has inordinate amounts of time to do everything else. And then that helps physically and also mostly mentally. Like, imagine if you could go back to when you were a kid and you could sleep fully basically every night, wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning like you're going to go to school and have the energy you would have when you were in school, and then still have energy afterwards to stay up until like 10, 11 o'clock. That, you look back and you seriously think about that time and you feel like, man, I had energy for eons back then. What happened? All right, getting old. That's what happened. Getting old is what happened. But yes, now we live in the horrible future and we're all sustained by vitamin B solutions. Put me in the entry plug, I have work to do. As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings. Okay, that's a little insulting, but yeah, I suppose, since he's moving 2 to 3 times faster than we are, yeah, somewhat makes sense. But this is kind of reminding me in a distant way of, the old rules of sword fighting. Right? The reason why, sword fighting was actually, effective is because the rich people had time to practice sword fighting and be able to defend themselves. The poor people, working to keep themselves alive and fed, didn't have time to practice sword fighting, so they would always lose. This is where the gun came in handy, because you don't have to train to shoot someone dead. So this is kind of the rich get to do things and be better people, where the poor people suffer horribly and live terrible lives and can't really get out of it. Terrible fucking place to live is the moral of the story here. The spear was the first poor man's weapon. Yes, because, haha, I can reach you. IDC, get to the point. I don't care. See, I got that one. Well, Ryoshu's about, trimming time here. it was late. It was one late evening. Right, sorry, eyes. Let's see, like always, I was busily walking down the street. I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, and all of a sudden, an attack? No, I just happened to recall that I left the bacon on the kitchen counter at home. I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt. Purple salt? Aha, my second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. Purple salt. I guess District 23, works with food more? Or, well, that's hell of a hell of a preservative. This also brings up the concerns. How fast is the killer to be able to catch up to Speedy Gonzalez? Right. But Destroyer, the funny thing is, if I were to look at this situation, see, a funny way of doing this is that there is no killer at all. That this is some kind of accounting error, and it's somebody from the tax office that's doing their job properly, but something's getting misreported. You see, with bureaucratic hell here, that would seem likely to me. However, of course, there's probably going to be some form of mystery since we're going into a fucking dungeon. But that would be Kafka-esque, I suppose, with bureaucratic hell that we cannot escape that is constantly self-harming. The point? Yes, the point. Well, so I stopped briefly, looking up at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to salt the bacon, and that's when the Time Ripper struck. Time Ripper. They're actually calling him the Time Ripper. You have no idea how much I wish that was the case, because I'd probably piss laughing. You see, that would actually be a pretty, a pretty clever turn of events here, because you look at all of this, these conditions, this complicated, process for detecting all this bureaucracy, and none of this works properly half of the time. Somebody fucks up, and somebody also probably cheats the system constantly on a daily basis, and no one fucking notices because it's so dense no one can figure it out. Or simply as, the records are so dense no one bothers fucking reading them. It's like, yeah, sure, it's like reading an end-user license agreement and, going through like 20 pages just to click the box and say yes without fucking reading any of it. Ye gods, it's the Time Ripper. Dude, I'm just doing my job. And what if this is actually just, the IRS, but he's moving at the pace of 100 hours a day, and he just walks up, takes the time, and then fucking leaves without elaborating. Thus, whatchamacallit? Thus would mean that these people would look at the situation going, I've been mugged, when, no, it was the IRS. What's the difference? That would be a way I would think about doing this story. If I had come up with the nightmare that is T-Corp here, where this is a very dark place if you really sit and fucking think about this, because, the clock tower. Each one of the 12 zones at T-Corp has a clock tower that displays A-Corp's standard time scale. Excuse me. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, their watches sync with their respective time scales as well. So, to tell the real objective time, one would have to check the clock tower. So the their watches are relative time based on how much time they have to spend, i.e. your wallet, and the actual time in the day is the clock tower. Well, actually, that's the existing clock in the world, physically in the world outside of you. So that's actual time, absolute time. We needed. We got so fucky with the timey-wimey shit that, it can't tell time. We can't tell time with our watches properly. Over-engineered? Possibly. We needed 12 clock towers to make up for the fact that we ruined our clocks. Uh-huh. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I was mugged. Thanks, Honglu. Yeah, wow, neat. Cool. All right, you two, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine-tailored suit. A tailored suit. A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper. Don't you think? It must have cost me about 58 million on, of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Oh, and how could I forget this impressive yet keenly shaped mustache? Not you, the other guy. Hey, I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance till I sink. Yeah, Oh, you mean the murderer's appearance? Ah, yes, well, let me think. I don't recall anything, it just so happened so fast that... How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Thank you. Thank you, Dante. I'm sorry, Ryoshu just has a murder boner the entire time. Nope, it was just... 100 hours was gone in the blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that, I'll have you know. I suffered so much damages, 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Uh-huh, no, 100 hours for me is just 2 days or so, so, still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Ripping away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award. And the loads of prize money that comes with it. T-Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know, because it wants to steal all of those inventions and, you know, heavily regulate them so it can keep its monopoly. Yeah, I see how this is going. Snap your neck completely. I feel like this was said before, but I forgot what the acronym says. Yo, I forgot what the acronym was, what meant, but I feel like somebody said this before. Was it Sinclair during Hell's Chicken? I think it was. Or rather, maybe it was Ryoshu herself earlier than that. Can't remember. Some people say that, once upon a time, T-Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the award. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. I remember a couple of her Ryoshuisms. I mean, it's kind of all we have, really, because right now Ryoshu hasn't had much of a spotlight with most things. I mean, Hell's Kitchen was probably the most direct time she's been in the spotlight. This, honestly, Mersault has a lot of funny moments. So he's actually had, and he's also in Hell's Kitchen as well. So, Otis as well. I think of the remaining sinners, Ryoshu might be like one of the last chapters we get because she just doesn't have that much, like, there's not much going on with her and she's not really in many scenes, or rather a focus. Otis bursts in to be Otis. Mersault has a ton of funny scenes and just general, like, being there. So, I'm not looking forward to her Kanto because it's based on Hell's screen. It's going to be fucked. Yeah, from what I've heard mentioned, Ryoshu's chapter is, the book that Ryoshu is based on is absolutely, a time. So that's probably going to be absolutely horrifying. It's going to be very artistic. We're going to debate it's probably going to be down to debating the physical worth and beauty of horrifying violence. And it's going to be a time. I'm sure everyone's gonna have fun with that. And by everyone, I mean the writing staff. Then maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech assistant, or perhaps someone who was denied the award. But every invention at T-Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency, where they probably pay a fee. Though it is not without a few exceptions. There once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literatures, the League of Nine, made some inventions that they neglected to register. And wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T-Corp was up in arms. Everyone dashing about in panic, making arrests, holding important meetings while it was that big of a deal? I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for Yusang. Yeah, that whole thing. Well, it seemed like it was pretty crushing from his backstory, so yeah. So apparently that wasn't just mundane, that was actually a pretty big event. As far as the area goes, man. Alright, so is there anything like that registered in T-Corp's tech agency? Nope, first time hearing about anything like it. You could have started there, you know. What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshu, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, nor corpses. This isn't murder! It's fucking inconveniences! Well, yeah, nobody's actually dead, and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say. Disagree. Your suit's shit. You disagree. You're cringe. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... Me? Why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryoshu strode towards him before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryoshu was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck despite the disparity in time. Just like this. Yes, we know, Ryoshu, you're getting very bored. We should probably get on with it. Whoa, I thought she was actually about to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. Yeah, that's just kind of what she does all the time, though? That'd be case closed, then? All we have to do is arrest Ryoshu. She's the murderer. She's the only one with the anime powers to do that. Clearly guilty. Thank you, Honglo. You scared the heck out of me. I suppose the villain didn't really stab me in the vitals or whatever, but he did appear all of a sudden just like you did. I see. So the killer isn't just running around ripping away time from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that ass. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I thought. Oh no. I've lost my interpreter, therefore I have no idea what my students are saying. Such a horrifying existence being sensei. I meant that annoying, stupid stash. Not having that kid here is frustrating. Oh wow, she even even she realizes that, yeah, other people need to... Even she realizes that Sinclair is valuable. That's interesting. That's actually very interesting. That's like the only meaningful interaction that Ryoshu has with anyone as well, right? Granted, she's having another time here, you know, being a major part of an event here, but yeah, no, so Ryoshu doesn't get much screen time aside from the two events that she's been a part of, and on top of that, the only meaningful character interaction that she has with anyone is with Sinclair. Will this play into her chapter? I have no idea. It'd be funny if it did, though. Ryoshu is probably going to get more screen time in the future. I'd assume so, because, yeah, she really doesn't get very much at all. Like, she's here for a quick joke here and there, but, she, like, of the remaining sinners, she's definitely the one with the least meaningful screen time. So, logically speaking, they're of course probably planning for this, and we will get to her chapter eventually. But from what I can see, and how we're doing things, it would honestly appear that Ryoshu might be the last sinner we get to. You want me to spoil parts of Hell Screen? No, I don't. Leave it alone. Leave that alone. I don't want. I can spoil Don Quixote because that's the one thing that I've read. Nope. I want surprises everywhere else. No spoilers. No way. Can you think of a single person who would hate someone like me? I'm sure the list is growing. I can think of more than a few. I'd say that it must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailored suit. Oh, what about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that to find the culprit, we must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose that's it's at least a very good page turner. Hung Lu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Once again, Agatha Christie is a fixer. The people who write this game are book nerds. I mean, logically speaking, yes, but writers reading books? How novel and unlikely. However, I would think most people would hesitate in actually making their favorite writer a character, though that's been done before, so that's not exactly new. And hello, Blackjack. Welcome to the show. Maybe I should check it out, too, once we get back to the bus. Yes, so maybe the manager has some idea of how to stereotypically solve a mystery. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit... has to be someone who hates the owner so much, enough to try to take his time. Good lord with these prompts. What you all talking about? Random back chatter about how Ryoshu has very little screen time, and how that probably means she's gonna be the last chapter we get to. Rather, that's what I would see is where that's going, because I think she's honestly aside from the events, the sinner we see the least with the least important screen time. But getting on with the event because I have to finish this tonight. But the remaining order for sinners is going to be after Dawn is Honglu, then Ryoshu, then Mersault, then Otis, then Faust. Are we sure about that, though? What's the source? Nuh-uh, that seems quite implausible, as you can see, my employees love me? Wait, what? The laborers at this factory, they're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. We've been going by the order they were introduced. Okay, so is that... Is that documented? I haven't noticed that one. I should probably go back and check that. What did you say? Yep. Alright, well, I'd have to go back to chapter 1 to double check that, but okay. If that's actually proving correct, then fine. I missed that one. Listen up, everyone. Our output gain saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth. Have I not impressed upon you how important this is? We'll be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate, and think of the shareholders! We need to go to the market with something to report, or we won't get any investors. This is important to keeping our place in the world. Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very, very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner, even that simplest action taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. Boss, I'm impossible to work any faster than... Man, that would get excruciating. Like, I want to give him like $5 so he can talk faster. If I was a factory owner and I had to deal with that, I would literally hand out like, if I had to talk to someone, I would give them $5 fucking so they could talk faster than that so we can get on with it. How bothersome. Less complaining, more assembling, use your times effectively, chop chop. Okay. You have no idea how frustrating it has been for me as of late. Did you know that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden? I'm pretty sure we sound like that to Bumble. Yeah, well, unfortunately he's not a generous soul to speed this process up here. It's even worse because he's faster than you. Right, so we're at normal time, he's at like 2 to 3 times speed, and they're at like 0.5. We can understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble, you're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know that? How do you expect them to understand a thing you're saying? So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow. Only hustlers and busy bees like myself who make the best of their time can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city. That's not quite how that works, most likely. You're probably old money to some capacity, and you probably had more time to spend in general than these guys, and well, with more time, you have more time to get things done, and thus you can succeed more. And you see where this goes? The rich have more time to do things for leisure, so they can come at things with full energy, whereas the work are slowly ground to dust and paste, and never really recharge properly, thus never really can get anything done, because they only have enough time to do their jobs, go home, sleep, get back up, do the jobs, go home, sleep. See where this is a problem? But everything is fine, I assure you. Which has been said by everyone winning in these engagements since time immemorial. Immemorial. That's the word I'm looking for. Right, so yeah, anyone winning in this arrangement would say, "Oh, this is fantastic!" Literally everyone else, no. What? You know that's a load of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with what time? Rhodia, hey, I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp after all. Yeah, no, the communism thing isn't really gonna help here. Hey, assistant, you're a Class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all this? Normal? Dear detectives, do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you have seen all there is to see? How do you know that your normal is actually normal? Not really, but then give this an idea a thought, why don't you? That the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just part of life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of a Mr. 50-hour days right there. Such harsh Such harsh words. I have my share of pain. I'll have you know. I have to deal with investors and tax agents. Yes. It's very, very painful. Back to work, slaves! I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious. Bumble gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. You're right. I don't think I don't think the obvious observation is going to help here, because yes, while Rhodia, yes, the rights of the poor and the downtrodden are very important, Rhodia. However, unfortunately, literally the entire city functions on some level of extracting pain from people to generate wealth. That's kind of just how this whole fucking city works. Hell, we feed people to our bus for gasoline. We do the same shit. We're all mad here, Alex. Yeah, basically. But then, you know, some mad people get the idea of what if we were fair? Which is, I suppose, how you make any progress in the world at all. But yeah, this is how you arrive at the amazing, grandiose assertion of we should improve society somewhat. Amazing observation. But yeah, so this world is kind of absolutely terrible in all regards. And though I'm sure a fair number of people who are winning this arrangement want to say literally fucking anything about this, that would, you know, that makes it so everything stays the same and they keep what they, you know, what they have. Yeah, that doesn't really change the fact that the entire world still functions mechanically on some level of, you know, just causing pain and reaping wealth from it. I mean, hell, Lobotomy Corporation was about causing pain to fucking horrifying monsters and extracting nuclear power out of them, or oil. Not really nuclear power at the end of the day. It's fucking enkephalin. It's still a fluid. It's oil. It's right there. The magic green juice. That's literally made out of suffering. Anyway. Just for the sake of it, penny into the wishing well, even though I know I could farm the event shop for pickups. But penny into the wishing well. Got me going there, but that was just the highlight. I thought that was surprise mechanics for a second. It's my headcanon that enkephalin is Bob. Yes. Lobotomy Corporation, one of the most powerful corporations within the entire city, farmed Baja Blast and used it as an energy source from horrifying monsters, the likes of which man has before had not even comprehended existed in this plane of reality, or some shit like that. Yes, Baja Blast. And every time we go to a Lobotomy Corporation, branch in some other city, in some other part of the city, every time, what we're actually going to is not Lobotomy Corporation, but we're going to a run-down, dilapidated Taco Bell franchise. Yes, that's exactly, yes. This is canon now. Anyway. Clear within 10 turns. Okay, we're killing people now. Cannot deploy. I can't even fuck with those, but you know what the funny thing is? I mean, I don't think Ryoshu has a blunt identity, period. Actually, no, she does. It's this one. I don't have it leveled, though, but it's still also Pierce. I don't have the resources to level that, though, and everything else is Slash and Pierce. Does anyone else have any kind... Ryoshu, do you have any blunt anything else? No. Make Ryoshu work. Okay, so it's blunt, Slash, and then probably Pierce. Right, okay. So there's that. And we could probably hop over to... He's not leveled either! Damn it! Well, he's overpowered. You're also overpowered as well. Then again, well, since we're not doing bleed, we can do that. Your level. We'll just deal with you. I'm Unga Bunga 3 stars. Maybe Ryoshu just does enough damage to not care. I see, but she wasn't really performing all that well, but I guess that was just dumb, terrible luck at the end of Chapter 6. She was doing great, and then she wasn't. Again, it must have just been horrible luck. But Unga Bunga 3 stars.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
These are all gold. They have 3 stars, and the level's at cap. Unga Bunga. Maybe we can flip the script on our line of thought. What kind of people, Rhodia, do you think hate rich people? Who do you think would hate people like me? Who would hate me, says Hong Lu. Great. Well, except for my family. If I ever do get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet it's one of my family members who did it to me. Or Heathcliff. Why would Heathcliff? Well, Heathcliff would want to kill you because you're annoying, but still. That's a pretty dark joke. The culprit went straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either, so what we're looking at is another rich person that wanted to kill Bumble for some reason. It's the only way he would be moving that fast. So he's either another affluent person, or is from the IRS, which is, again, where I would draw this conclusion, and where people probably wouldn't jump to immediately make that connection. I did, but, maybe a whole lot of people wouldn't suspect, hey, the culprit is the office we just left at the beginning of this. This is all an astounding waste of fucking time. This is all due to paperwork errors. Mystery solved. The issue is the distortion. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a distortion, so that means that it isn't actually paperwork. So that means there is someone responsible, but it's somebody who is moving so quickly that he obviously must be rich. Or, at this point, has so much fucking time that he's able to move so far. So there's really 2 options. One, rich person who wants to, get over on other rich, or someone who has been slowly murking people to gain enough time to move as fast as a rich person. Yes, if the culprit's hiding among those slowpokes, Clock would have noticed. The net narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory. Someone without much time. Someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. The time rich. Yeah, they kind of had to slap those 2 words together there. But no, really, someone without much time. No, he clearly has a lot of time, but additionally, on top of that, since it's time killing, he's not stealing the time. So it's either a rich dude who, with fucked habits, or T-Corp cops really fucking suck. I guess so. But the problem is that he would need time to start with, and apparently what he's doing is he's burning time. Like, he's not stealing the time, he's fucking removing it entirely, which is why they can't find him. So, he has to be rich already, or be somebody supplied, somebody who's getting money from somewhere, or time from somewhere. So, this is an odd one. Because in order to move that fast, though granted, Ryoshu's entire stunt was to prove that you didn't need 1 million hours of time in order to do what he just did. Unless he is stealing it and the distortion covers his tracks. That's also true. We may just have to walk around until we discover the actual distortion itself, since apparently there is a distortion. Okay, gang, I have absolutely no idea how to proceed on this mystery. Let's walk around until random fucking monsters appear in the middle of the street, and then track that down. Yep. That's usually how things work in these investigations, right? Walk around until the next random encounter, and then study the situation. Yes, very wise. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in the T-Corp nest. I wonder who would possibly be unhappy with this. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. Yep, could be either. there may be more than a single culprit then. Yet he may have accomplices, which are covering his tracks, or benefactors. Because now what I'm thinking is, what if it's a servant of a rich person that's, going out and destroying time, and the rich person is giving them time, which is allowing them to do this, but since there's no transfer of time, they're just destroying it, there's no evidence to link that person with, the person stealing the time with, the actual act of burning the time, or, the actual crimes. So, this is very complicated. There's a lot of ways that you can do this. There's a lot of conclusions you can draw, which means you can't draw any conclusions. We're off to a good mystery here. More than a single culprit, huh? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way, I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore, even back at J-Corp. The communists? Is it the communists? Wow, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway, have the workers struck for fame because Lenin is on sale again? A group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest? Oh, you mean literally anyone? Perhaps you're looking for the Euro is it literally just the communists? Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Rhodia? It's literally the communists. Rhodia stopped dead in her tracks. It's the communists! Eurodivi. Or Eurodivi, yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. It's the communists. Yep, it's the communists. Here? Yes, it's the communists. Oh, I suppose they're maybe calling themselves syndicalists to be hip and trendy, though. Maybe they've done a rebranding. Do you know something about that organization? Yes, communism started within these countries in the state of affairs, or that the idea of socialism and communism started within these industrial revolutionized countries. However, it wound up being completely wrong because it didn't actually take hold in any of these fucking countries. It went to the backwoods of Russia where, the peasants and poor people rose up, and not starting as some kind of intellectual revolution within industrialized countries. Take that, Karl Marx. So the funny thing is, it was designed for this and didn't actually work here. Worked randomly in Russia due to a lot of fucking things happening. And then, went the way that it went. They want to take over the means of production. I mean, of course, if you want to take over the world, the first thing you have to take over is the people in the factories. It was pushed by monarchists to destabilize neighboring countries. Which is why Lenin was put on a train from Germany to Russia to cause problems. We don't talk about that one, though. We also don't talk about how it totally fucking worked and the Kaiser had a brilliant fucking plan there. It worked! Russia left the war. It worked! I did hear that they've been spreading through the nests as of late, though it hasn't been long since they started popping up within T-Corp's borders. So the communists are doing the communist thing. Amazing. So, direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. Methinks it's a real bother, standing guard here. All this stop and search, so tedious. So what are the Eurodivi? Can someone tell me how to exactly to pronounce that so I can memorize that? So it's Eurodivi... Divier? But what are they doing around here? Spreading communism. People also don't like to talk about how the Soviets were selling goods to Germany well before the Molotov Pact. See, that's the thing about history. If you look back far enough and look closely enough, everyone's implicated. Everyone's incriminated, everyone's guilty. But in order to make a point, we selectively forget things. all kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, stealing things like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people, and... Wait, stop right there, you. What are you looking at? What are you looking around all shifty for, huh? It's a stop and search. It's that man again! Well, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the cig and the creepy glare. Yeah, she's rather off-putting. I'm gonna walk on this sidewalk now. Where can we find them? Well, probably ain't too difficult. Let's see, car bomb. Hong Lu. Hong Lu, did you get hit? Did you get hit by a brick bomb? A sudden explosion tore Hong Lu to shreds as he was peeking around the alleyway. Yep. Unfortunately, well, that was either the Irish or the communists. One or the other. Speak of the devil, maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Ooh, starting off with a bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turning the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? Meticulous activist. There, the explosion came from that way. Damn, watch Chains of T Corp. Here to collect here to collect your filthy dues, huh? Okay, no time to explain, right? Then let's talk about that later. Okay, so so we're randomly being attacked now after, someone set off an explosion in an alleyway.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
This is rather suspicious, and it's probably multi-level. Okay, so I have no I could probably beat the paste out of these guys. Okay, which inflicts more that's pain. Right, no, okay. Start there, build up power. Okay, Mutilate probably isn't going to kill them, so we'll start with Shank. And let's see here, gain... Tremor Burst. There's no Tremor on him, so what the fuck would be the point of that? Actually, both of these attacks trip Tremor Burst. You have no charge, though, but I need that one. Yeah, now I'm actually reading part of the skill effects to understand which ones I should be using. Even though I don't really use these for skill effects most of the time, I mostly use them purely because of clashing values, because that's usually the most important thing, period. Am I going to win the clash? Yes or no? And in that case, we did not win the clash. Not good. Also, I have special status. Yes, that. Is that the magic badge?
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어. 적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아냐?
Okay, when this unit takes lethal damage, their HP does not drop below 1%. Instantly heals 80% of their max HP and recovers from stagger once per encounter. When this buff effect activates, starting next turn, stop moving around, camera. This unit gains 2 attack power up at every turn start for 5 turns. Okay, so if you die, you get back up and you wreck them. Got it. Super guts. Alright, so it doesn't fucking matter at this point. What the fuck ever, I have a free do-over. Okay, so I could play this intelligently, however, there's kind of no point, since I can just bonehead this. The badge states I can fuck up and die, and I get better. It's a better version of K-Corp Hong Lu's passive, an idea that I unfortunately never got. But that's licensed to bonehead. That's what the badge represents. Licensed to kill? No, licensed to unga bunga.
빛이 꿈을 꾸러가다.
Okay, so now if there's anyone left alive, Hong Lu's gonna murder them, but I think they're all dead now. Yep, they're all dead. Mutilate didn't get to pop off its second kill, but okay, so yeah, that's licensed to Bonehead, so that means that win rate, don't care. I could play this more intelligently, that means that I don't have to. Okay, so we're gonna have a nice, fun, casual event with that thing, as long as we, before we get into the dungeon, obviously. The dungeon's probably gonna have, actual rules and shit, so that's gonna be an issue, but... His passive lets him die 3 times on the 4th death, he's dead for good. Oh dear lord, oh, so that's what he does. He's running by Left 4 Dead rules. You get down 3 times, and if, that would be 3 times, and you die the last time as the color fades from the world. But he gets an extra life. He runs by Left 4 Dead rules, though. I never got that fucking ID, so I don't know how it works. Sounds funny, though. But first here. Okay, so obviously, the smart thing to do would be save up for Ryoshu to have the clock bonus to farm the event faster. However, damn. However, these don't really, I could farm these, but we're gonna get those last, because this means that we farm more efficiently, and I'm getting everything anyway. We're going about this economically. We're getting Ryoshu, and I'm gonna attempt to get Hong Lu, probably off screen, to farm the event faster. I will get everything in this shop. 50, huh? Actually, no, that's just for clearing it. Right, okay.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Retreat! Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy? Hey, you! Yes, you! Participation trophy! Dumb idea. K-Corp Hong Lu and both Ryoshu and Rodian based IDs. Well, I would if I actually had K-Corp Hong Lu. I do not. How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila. It seemed to me that you rewound time and unwounded your friends. I've never seen a tech that could rewind time like that, and you never will, because it's classified. Trade secret. Well, that's that. Trade secret. Trade secret. Ask and you shall receive paid. Right. See, once again, lockstep with the story. Trade secret. Sometimes I can call the stupid things that this game is going to do. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I am aware, there is practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open and unenclosed area. Either that, or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem, then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on, inane stuff. This is extremely serious. It's important. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small fry revolutionaries. If this was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So I doubt that's what this is. Then it must have something to do with time manipulation. I'm certain of it. Well, yes and no, not really. Also, resurrection. The head does well. It looks like I'm illegal in the city. Resurrecting people is illegal, says the head. Well, wow, there goes all my Necronica ideas. Oh well. I'm hunted by the law. The government hates me. Maybe it works with the same mechanism as the TT2 protocol under the hood. Nope, that works only within an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps there they are drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams? That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, then the visual elements of that process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you really can't rewind or skip time either, am I right? I can actually do that. That's part of my command seal powers. Artificially creating life is illegal within the city. Damn. But then again, I suppose I know why that's illegal, because look at the state of the outskirts. I am almost assured that some kind of apocalyptic event happened due to the hubris of man out there, and this is why everything out there is absolutely fucked, and why the city is the only apparent bastion of relative safety, period. And if you had survived this, the head would immediately start making everything that caused that problem illegal, which makes sense. Because, well, look at our corp. You can't just say all that gibberish to me and expect me to be able to. The process also seemed to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in bad taste to say that it's good news, but I suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the most dangerous places like the backstreets. One of the more dangerous places like the backstreets. But here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badges in there. Mind rotating it for me? The Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds, before reaching out and pointing at the badges we were wearing. Okay, so actually that's, for the most part, roughly similar to Dante's power. So the magical badges can rewind time to a specific point, which means obviously they have a small, I suppose that what they have is a small reservoir of time that is, acts as, when activated, saves a state, and then when activated, when you drop dead, you revert back to the save state once. Right, okay. This makes sense, but is not how Dante's power works. Dante's power is fucking weird and probably divine. It's borrowed time. Probably. Dante's power is probably divine in some manner, or as divine as you could possibly get in the city, because it probably has something to do with the star and basically everything else. We literally go down to hell, too. And also, probably the pain that Dante feels in exchange for this process is probably the currency by which we pay for this. Because, like I said, this entire city works on a basic level, the entire city works on extracting pain from people to create value. So, Dante suffers the pain of the sinners in order to bring them back. That pain is the currency by which he pays the devil, apparently. That's what I can suss out of this. Because, quite like Enkefelin, cause pain, get money. Or get something of value in exchange, right? This is the part where I say, says a lot about life, because that's kind of what it is. Not all fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That is why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher-ranking staff members at T-Corp wear. They have suits. Okay, so they have suits that do that. It's called golden time. If you keep the clock wound, it will automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that the wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? Interesting. Golden. Okay, so that's somewhat like K-Corp. That's in the same vein as K-Corp's, magic ampules, but not the same way. So, interesting. However, that's probably faulty in some regard because, that's not perfect because the body's natural regenerative processes probably aren't that good no matter how much time you give it. but that's okay. So they have more or less comparable. It's probably not as good in some cases, but it's comparable to K-Corp's, magic fucking, heal juice. But it's time. Okay. So I don't actually have to turn the clock myself. It's probably safer that I did just do that, but... Well, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent. If you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it all comes down to you, participation trophy. You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds, huh? I prefer that. Good. Ooh. Ready? Let's go after them then. Didn't you just say that was pointless for us to go doing that? But alright, fine. He explained the magic badges. Sometime later. Where did they run off to? I'm pretty sure they came this way. No more tracks. We wasted too much time on his boring lectures. Hey, assistant. Are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're out on a picnic? Why would I run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest the Eurodivii, isn't it? It is? It is. Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of time-killing Tom. Time-killing time, not make Eurodivii arrests. Yes, but I'm growing more and more suspicious of you by the hour. However, it would be far fucking too easy if he was just... if this man is the culprit. That would be the easiest fucking thing in the world. But you're a T-Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say that I decided to run instead of walk and help you capture those Eurodivii rascals. What then? Will T-Corp suddenly stop having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that, as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. I mean, that's just ignoring the problem because it's too hard to fight, which is probably going to make the problem even worse. I mean, granted, you can situationally waltz off and do absolutely nothing, but that's the kind of attitude that basically says, this problem is not my problem, and so I'm going to sit here complacent to it until it gets worse. The city may be the only bastion of normalcy and safety, but of course we can all see it's really quite a terrible place, filled with terrible people. A very special city for very special people. Excuses then KTA. If we do kill them all, thank you, assistant. That only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all that running. Okay, so rather than fix the problem and make the place better, what you're going to complain that if we fix this problem, it'll be taken up by a different problem. And there's no point in fixing any of this. Yeah, this guy might be a very smart person and, maybe a genius, but man, that's a disconnected point of view if I've ever seen it. Generally speaking, though, the world kind of functions on people being this complacent to everything, because if everyone did the smart thing, nothing would happen. If everybody did the smart thing, then there wouldn't be any room for interesting stories. Something that people miss these days. If everybody was, all good, all good, kind, and, what's the word I'm looking for here? Altruistic? Nothing would ever happen. It'd be the most boring fucking thing in the world. Also, by the way, that collector almost got blown up by a car bomb, apparently, so, how do you get worse than that? Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird. I thought you wouldn't want to arrest them. I mean, that was an amazing deduction, but Rhodia isn't really subtle about that. Right, I thought Rhodia would be a bit happier to be reunited with the Eurodivii. Well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. Though, guys, notice how we didn't tell him that? I mean, granted, he could make the deductions on his own, but notice how we didn't specifically tell him that. Granted, Rhodia's reactions aren't very subtle in the way she goes about things, but I'm fucking watching you. You clearly know more than you're letting on. Like basically everybody who looks at us. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Damn, while we ran off, the Jack the Ripper has struck again. Poor woman, I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Such is the life of a laborer. No. They got her. I can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Ripper's MO. The Time Ripper got to her that fast? I mean, he is very fast. She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. A thimble? I mean, a thimble actually, it's like an ounce of blood. That's a little bit of blood, but that's I get what he's saying, but that's an odd way of phrasing it. But yes, dead, frozen in time. What a misophobic art? That's a term. That is a term. What? There we go. Ryoshu being, artistic about people dying. But they're not dead. They're just functionally disabled. Okay, though she may be in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside, for her, this must be as brief as a blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Isn't he burning it so there isn't any time left? Guys, this is a crime scene, so let's not touch the body. I mean, the victim. Whoa, look, there must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on here. She's entirely incorporeal. That's a bunch of words. Is this seriously time to... Rhodia, there, up ahead. Ah! I whipped around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion, and caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. That man! I saw him! He was there! Her server connection typed out. Yes, she's no longer sending packets to the server. The server can't. The server isn't sending or receiving packets to the client. The server has no idea what's going on. It's mag dumping somebody who's lost connection. None of the bolts are actually applying. You stop, Ryoshu. Think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you just this once. Ryoshu, get the fuck over there. You're sitting here, you're pining at the door for murder and art, and you're like, now you're insulted. We're using you for murder. Get over there. Ooh, she's pretty fast. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind who sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only ever looks down. Their necks bent and gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time in the clock towers. But there must have been a time when everyone walked tall. Yes, and apparently the apocalypse happened. I think I know why that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing would change. That it doesn't matter. Yeah, not like everyone can run like Mersault. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. Honglu misses the point entirely. Ha, that's not what I'm talking about. Yes, everyone became incredibly pessimistic and stopped giving a shit. However, this only made things worse, not better. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah, maybe she saw someone suspicious, approached them for a stop and search, and got ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers. But we don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Ryoshu, doesn't he kind of look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Euro DVE we ran into. Clothes are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. You're okay, yeah, right. I didn't get the wrong guy. You sent me to capture a guy. I got a guy. Shut up. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. How am I the suspicious one? Anyone would run from someone like you starting sprinting after them. That's, you started someone like you started sprinting, starting words. Sprinting after them. With that big sword in your hands. Ha, I have many, many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. This is the Euro DVE's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. Bomb. Watch out. But nothing happened. Silence. What was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Euro DVE T-Corp branch. The portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment sound wave generator. This will call every single Euro divvy in its range to this exact location. Man, communists really do suck at name. There, see what I meant? You see the problem prevalent among inventors? They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. I'm okay. That man. Who is that man? But yes, since we have the time badges, now we can bow hit. That is literally, you get to fail once if you're incredibly incompetent. So that means I literally do not have to use my brain. Because fun fact about this, if I have a revive and the enemy doesn't, if the enemy kills me, and I revive at 80% of my health, the enemy still has none of their health left. Or rather has a sizable, lack of health, which means that I will probably win the engagement then. Kind of a falling swords thing, and then they gave me an extra sword. Both sides are expending resources, so if I have a fucking do-over and the enemy doesn't, I have more resources. I can fail more because I have more. Though I'm probably not gonna fail sitting here doing win rates.
준비하고 인간을 준비하고
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Dead.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록 인간을 준비하고
Nearly dead.
아드님 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요. 너무 쉽군요.
자, 한 건 했고.
No problems whatsoever. Fantastic.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어.
Okay, so that's 50 time.
이제 다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
90, so yeah, we're gonna be saving up for Detective Ryoshu, but that's gonna take a while, and I'm probably not gonna get that on stream, most likely at this rate. A trail gone cold. More fucking combat, though.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Okay, so moving on.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해.
눈이
Good spacing on these
따라주면
combats.
좋겠네요.
I'm getting tired of reading. I like it when everything is voice acted fully, but that takes a while. It also means that I don't have to read aloud, but unfortunately, sometimes now I will have to read aloud for long periods of time. Very sad.
걸려라.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
전투 응대에 나선다.
There's two waves of this encounter as well. Getting high with those flash values.
인간을 준비하고
Dead.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록
Dead.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록
아드님 봤어요?
야호. 이기는
가자.
편, 우리 편.
자, 한 건 했고.
아드님
Starting to
봤어요?
actually fight there.
제대로 찝었군.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록 인간을 준비하고 꿈을 꾸러 가도록
Next.
매피가 배고파했어. 잘 됐다.
눈이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 아드님 봤어요? 아드님 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요.
Unfortunately, that would have been better placed on any other target, but oh no.
자,
And then
한 건
Honglu
했고.
was staggered. Very bad, but we're fine.
제대로
야호.
찝었군.
Because everyone on the enemy team is staggered. Wow, that's a lot of one cards there.
가자. 자, 한 건 했고.
Really hammers home the point that, yeah, they kind of did change the algorithm for how moves are calculated. I don't know when they did it, but they clearly did it.
자, 한 건 했고.
Ryoshu has all of that poise and used almost none of it. Very sad.
야, 이 정도면 너무 성공적인데.
What the?
추가 보수하는 거
Uh,
아니야?
huh. Is that random? Okay, everyone has their own timepiece, with varying time scales. Time that goes by quickly, time that lingers. The hours are always misaligned. Seemingly, yes. Okay, interesting. So I guess that's a resource that transformed in... Yeah, okay, so it's a clock. Opening clock gave us 20 extra time. The Dying Detective? Okay, right, okay, so at least we're moving on. Getting that much time out of that means that, well, maybe we will have Detective Ryoshu by the end of it, but she's more or less going to be sitting here for grinding and exclusively grinding and nothing else.
몸 좀
Which I will not
풀어볼까요?
be doing on stream. We're finishing the story and I'll do the grinding off screen. Because it's going to be boring, I'm not going to be talking very much, and we're going to be doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. After matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated Eurodivi members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. And wait a minute. That looks very interesting. I wonder if you have a Honglu identity attached to you. You seem familiar. You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T-Corp. And you clock. You clock, he says. It's only elementary because I am an ace detective. Okay. Rhodia exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back. But I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yep, we're all ace detectives. I'll admit, we shouldn't have let you track us down. But you don't look too strong. Well, I've got do-overs. I can sit here. I can sit here retrying the battle all day long. It is a foolish move to fight a lion in its den. I hope you've prepared yourselves. For the most part, yes. Don't you worry about our butts. We've got a class 5 staff with us, you know. I can deduce a few things about you. One, that man's outfit. That aloof look on his face. I see. It's likely that you're not lying that he really is a class 5 staff. 2. You are absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. Why does that have anything to do with shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. The hell? Right, how about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. You didn't do anything! It'd be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Batch haul accepted. Do we not get a say in any of this? He wasn't doing anything anyway. Moving on to the next encounter, but he wasn't doing any... He negotiated... Did these people know they...
메피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
He negotiated something he wasn't... He negotiated to not do something he wasn't going to do in the first place.
가자.
Because rather this is all a pointless diversion and we've lost Jack the Ripper again. Endure, huh? Well, it's not ineffective. Those clash values are getting kind of high.
하룬, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만
운이
기다려줄게.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
You're using guard a lot too, which means not a whole lot of not a whole lot of room to damage them. We're getting there though. Pierce is actually normal.
봤어요?
Well, shit, I probably should have used, Karakumo Ryoshu then here.
제대로 찝었군. 제대로 찝었군.
승객이 딱 콩 한 방 먹였어.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
준비하고 눈감을 준비하고 눈감을 준비하고
Spread gun!
너무 쉽군요.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
운이 따라준다면
Fucking made
좋겠네요.
Ryoshu suddenly playing it like it's Contra.
꿈을 꾸러 가도
I like those
루피가
attacks.
배고파했어.
I like AoE attacks that can hit multiple targets. They're efficient. That means the battle ends faster.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
I've gotten out of the rhythm of doing mirror dungeons, but I think what I'm going to do is come up with a build for a team that can just spam AoEs to make sure all of the fights end as quickly as possible, because that's the only way I'm going to get back into doing mirror dungeons properly, which is, again, unga bunga, but this is what we do to have to survive the grind.
열아. 제대로 찝었군.
This is kind of what it was. This is kind of why I had such a good leg up the first couple of chapters, because really we just went around in the mirror dungeons hitting win rate over and over again until we won. In everything but the abnormality fights, but you could avoid all of the abnormality fights until the boss for the most part.
제대로 찝었군.
That's how everybody got their first legs up, but, well, now the game's a tad more complicated than that.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
So now we have to work to be stupid. Fucking Red Queen's court in here. I have to work as hard as I can just to stand still! Won't someone think of the Unga Bunga cavemen that just want to have resource win game?
꿈을 꾸러 가도 꿈을 꾸러 가도
Thank you, maid. See, the maid's efficient there, even though she's not actually, well, they were all staggered, but she's not actually doing, correct damage type here. The maid understands how much I want to Unga Bunga and makes my life easy. Oh, hey, a level up. Hey! I needed that Enkefelin anyway! Free refill! Fantastic! Okay, so 10 of 15. 2/3 of the way there.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
It's also mostly
이제는
combat
루피랑
encounters, so...
먼저 갈 거야.
Oh, this is a... oh, no. Oh, no, I can't just Unga Bunga... Well, actually, I could just Unga Bunga, because they've actually kind of fixed that, but it also would be incredibly inefficient. Actually, not really in this case?
전투응대에 나선다.
Unfortunately, the clash values are getting quite high, though. You'll be fine. No, it's an abnormality. Again, if you've been here since the start of the game, or the game's launch, you know that the win rate and damage buttons were broken for abnormality battles, and it was the fastest way to lose them if you didn't, actually play the game. But when you're grinding the mirror dungeons for hours and hours and hours and hours, you basically get into a rhythm of just hitting win rate and, to try and clear them for, as quickly as possible, because you needed the resource. But this means that, oh no, abnormality fights. I have to stop the grinding repetition and play the game! Ah!
전투응대에 나선다.
Not me. Well, the game's gotten more sophisticated now, so you can't do that, and you don't really want to. In that case, well, this is what happens when we fuck that up. But that's a clash loss. Way to go, Honglu.
제대로 찝었군.
The game's gotten way more sophisticated now, so you can't really Unga Bunga like that at all, but hey, at least the audio attacks kind of work here. I actually take in the mirror dungeons a little amount. Well, it also increased rewards, so if you're actually doing hard mirror dungeons, you're actually getting a lot of rewards, so you learn a lot there. But I'm talking from, like, version 1 of the game, where we needed to grind. There was learning shit, but we also needed to grind. And a lot of things like passives and egos were kind of worthless. Like, passives, like, when the game started, were completely worthless. You could just ignore them and you would be fine.
맵기가
Egos, for the most part,
배고팠어.
were excessive, and
잘됐다.
they weren't really necessary. The thing that you would need them for is throwing a very high clash value card at someone. That's what you'd need them for.
가자.
That's the only thing they were really useful for. Their effects and damage weren't anything to talk about, and also, when they were excessive. Also, their animation slowed down grinding the game. So really, for the most part, you weren't using Egos either.
단테님 봤어요?
But now, we have some level of complexity. Oh, hey, look, free
너무
damage.
쉽군요.
I say that, and free damage.
너무 쉽군요.
Shame that doesn't proc multiple times.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나.
걸려라. 자, 한 건 했고.
우와. 칼은도 깜짝.
Although, boss, wait, no, boss. Okay, so is there... Okay, that's a defense move, so that's fine. 10, 14, 9... Okay, his attacks aren't terribly threatening, but I would like to hit him in the face. Okay, there's that. Unfortunately, that doesn't give me the option to use Rosary to, debuff him, which is unfortunate, but we'll survive. No, okay, she's got charge, she can use this attack. It's probably good that she does. Wait, you do that, and then... Right, okay, so you do... We're gonna have to dump all the damage possible on the boss, so we're gonna do that. Meanwhile, Honglu, with his attacks that are kinda just not that good. Actually, wait, no, wait a minute. Wait a moment, we need higher clash values for that. Okay, that's good, that's good. That's acceptable? And that's good. You're not attacking, so fuck you.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
But I can remember, at least like multiple nights after after I got through chapter 3 while we were waiting for chapter 4 and the story to continue, I'm just going through the mirror dungeons and hitting win rate over and over and over and over and over again. Like, this is like 6 hours in the middle of the night. Granted, the game is kind of smoothed out since then, but holy fucking shit, that was a time. Unfortunately, I haven't got the energy for that right now, but I'm gonna have to find it if I'm gonna be competitive in the fucking game.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Hopefully, this is the event that helps me out there. Okay, so... Clashing the... Good. Good, yes, good. Okay, that one's got that one contained. That's good. That's acceptable. Is that any better? Yes, by one. Okay. Okay.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Any day with that fucking stagger.
제대로 찝었군.
Ah, good. And that's also staggered. Okay, so all of them are staggered. All of his mooks are staggered now. Fantastic. Oh, did I miss that last attack? I did.
들이 흔들흔들.
Oops.
기회 아니야?
Oops, I missed that last attack. Okay, so, holy shit, Ryoshu has a lot of poise. Can I use that poise? Unfortunately, no, I can't unload the poise. Okay, commissar, consume 6 poise. count. I mean, at this point, she can probably stand to actually shotgun most of the enemies. So that might work. This, yeah, we're just gonna we're throwing Rhodia's best card into that. She'll handle that. And that one has the most health, so it'll probably require a little bit of assistance. That. And if somehow you don't fucking kill that guy. Wait, no, don't do that. Actually, you know what we should probably do since he's gonna survive? We'll just catch whoever we catch with this.
꿈을 꾸러 가.
We unfortunately did not track anybody. That's annoying. It didn't randomly target anyone.
자. 자.
내 피가 배고파했어.
Kinda piss poor, but the boss is.
됐다.
We're good on the ball. Ah, wait. Aha. Speaking of Unga Bunga AoE attacks. Yeah, just clash with those just in case they actually happen to. That guy's not going to survive that. Gets 3. What is no, he's going to act before them. Actually, you know, no, that guy's fucking dead. Just in case that guy somehow manages to clash. Yeah, it just...
가자.
That guy's not gonna get a chance to attack. Actually, he might kill everyone. Nah, he didn't get the bonus damage, but...
환상의 세계로 들어.
Unga Bunga. Blue Wave. They all didn't die. Damn.
너무
Well, at
쉽군요.
least he's dead.
야호. 이기는 편.
Broken Unity. Oh no.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
A goon without a boss. Oh no.
영원한 잠으로.
Was that like a 7? What was it? Oh, 72. I thought it was 720. My bad, but there's the crits. 720 would have been like 400 fucking damage in a single attack, and unfortunately, poise is not that good. At least outside of the mirror dungeon. We quickly moved our conversation into the hideout after defeating the Euro Divi members. Gah. Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you. Might kill you soon. Not feeling cute. Might murder today. No. Looks like Ryoshu's getting tired of playing detective. We've surrendered already. Not sure what you want us to confess either. What? Would you like for us to confess that we're the Euro Divi or something? That was kind of obvious, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Would you like to say that we're communists? Because we are. We hesitated, unsure if he was really clueless or not. That's when Rhodia confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Eurodivi captain. I mean, there was that car bomb that killed Hong Lu a couple of pages back there. Remember that one? He got better, though, but yeah, what was that? Right, questioning time. You've always hated this state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the agency, don't you? Again, must you really inquire about something you could discern simply by looking around? Yes. Ooh, mind if I take a gander at these inventage? We have him at gunpoint. Wait, don't just go around touching... I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguised as a plushie. It scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range, and if it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual's, it'll shoot its spines to penetrate the intruder. That's horrifying. Good lord, what the fuck? You turned a plushie into a fucking spike mine? But you screwed the parts too tightly down here. You'll do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need a slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagonal shaped, not circular. Yeah, more efficient there. They get about that is circular enough. Less complications. Stronger overall construction. More shrapnel. Sharper shrapnel going directly into the face of the intruder. You can tell that all from a quick look. You are certainly no common employee. Either way, most of those are experiments, incomplete products. In truth, you like making more dangerous inventions too, right? You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? And I'm sure these violent inventions eventually lead to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of time-killing time? No, probably not. It's you guys, right? No. It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. That's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? Who do you think we Eurodivvy are? I mean, you're communists, so you hate the rich and the powers that be and wish to destroy them. However, while that is an entirely correct assumption, it's also wrong. They're not who we're looking for. You see, these people are, in fact, dissidents that are out to commit crimes and overthrow the government, but they're not the person who is also committing crimes and attempting to overthrow the government. Not the specific one that we're looking for. No, these are just communists. We're looking for someone else. This would be too easy. Sounds like this friend of yours in the Eurodivvy really messed up big time in the past, Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonia, he always knew how to say the right things. Things to get people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world. That it really was as effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in your mouth. Yeah, Rhodey, I don't think that was candy. But moving on. Yes, he had a plan. He never showed it to you. But he had a plan. He never actually showed it to you. And he never did anything. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything. Not like these guys. I bet the T-Corp Eurodivvy are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp or... It's absolutely baffling how you've failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we're not knockoffs. Besides, the Saint has already brought many changes to the world. Changes that you mere detectives can't even dream of. The Saint? The Saint! Indeed, Saint Sonia was the one who really sparked the fire of the Eurodivvy in every nest. Well, that isn't the only reason they call him the Saint, but that's besides the point. Well, seems as though Sonia has been busy forming a cult out of his communist clique. Yeah, who could have seen that one coming? Oh, probably everyone. Eurodivvy in every nest? Sonia did that? I mean, it's not very hard to attract people that are... It's really not hard to attract people who are, downtrodden and, unhappy with their lives by saying, I could make things better. You kind of get their attention, and if you're a smooth talker, you can kind of get a lot done just on that without actually having to do anything. I'm willing to suspect that anything that Sonia has actually done has been the product of working with Team Rocket, which, I don't think anyone wants any of that. It's probably way worse than it actually appears. Probably pretty good to put on a poster for propaganda, though. Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say it in no uncertain terms. The Eurodivi has nothing to do with your case. Sonia, are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can steal time or timepieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble I am not willing to invite. But mugging people's purely okay. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurodivi wants? Chaos? They wouldn't say that out loud, but yes. Please, don't compare us to the likes of the Backstreet gangs. Though, there are those among us who want that chaos, of course. One of our former members insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. Literally communism! But such drastic action would also hurt the have-nots. Those who do not deserve such pain. So we must adhere to the saints' teachings. To truly tear out the throats of the rich, we must wait for the right moment. Ah, yes, do nothing. Right, okay. Do nothing until I say so. Worship me, though. Okay. This is probably a little bit more complicated for Sonia, but Sonia he's made a cult, and he doesn't have to do anything to maintain the cult rather than basically say words. Lots of words that mean effectively nothing, because he's going to do absolutely nothing until a certain time, which the plan probably isn't that good either. But okay. This is going to be rather interesting. The right moment, so it really was Sonia. Yep. Do literally inspire everyone. Get them to walk around you. Do absolutely nothing. So I've been wondering, are you really the Saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invited her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says, let's leave for now. Are we not arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? What about that bomb, guys? Rhodia ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression, something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Eurodivi captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the Saint, then I can't let you leave without giving you some advice as the more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. I mean, okay, that's rather nice, but okay. Oh, right, you dabble in detective work from time to time as well? Yes? Is this a common thing that you Eurodivi get up to? Well, they sit there thinking and deducing a lot, even though they don't fucking do anything, so yeah, obviously. No, only the Eurodivi branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Well, we've only seen 2 of the victims, so that's kind of difficult to deduce. Why? The T-Corp Collection Agency knows everything about time, where it comes from, where it goes, but not with this case. But if they know everything about comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more, however. Just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in the nest. It's probably something from Sonia, aka Team Rocket. Waiting for Railway 4 for the guaranteed 3-star ticket. Oh, there's going to be a guaranteed 3-star ID ticket at the end of the rail? Nice. I'm afraid of getting another dupe again. Yeah, I know that feeling. Let me get her in the guaranteed ticket from the battle pass. Right, yeah. Luis, yeah, I know that feeling. For a while, I was only getting dupes out of 3 stars and not any of the new 3 stars, which is why I don't have things like K-Corp Honglu, because luck. I have to actually do the railways, because I've been neglecting those too. I did Railway 1. We finished under 100 turns, and I took that as good enough. But really, at the end of the day, we were just cheesing the system to start with good rolls, and thus, that means tryharding the railway doesn't really mean anything. However, I could go through it to get resources. But I ceased making an event because of that. Because at the end of the day, the primary way of winning is just breaking the game. Does teach you funny things, but the situations are also very simple. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there is a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed, or belief system that they follow, but ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence that points to their beliefs. Oh, I think that adds up nicely. Want to join our squad of ace detectives? I mean, he does in another timeline, but still, what the... I like how we beat the pulp out of this guy and suddenly he's giving us all the clues. Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur detective wannabes? Ah, never mind. Now, would you kindly leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurodivi are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else. Okay, so the communists aren't actually behind this. I could have deduced that because that would be way too fucking easy. But the communists are out there and they're attempting to maintain a neutral standpoint.
추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Which is probably going to be very not neutral after a certain point. That's this right moment that Sonya's talking about, which I have absolutely zero illusions to what's going on there. That man's building up a very nice, stockpile of goodwill, so that when he tells them to actually basically ruin everything, everyone will believe he's doing it because he's the nicest person ever. That's my deduction there. One more into the wishing well. May I have a 3-star, please? No. 1 star, Sinclair. Well. An odd impression. Okay, so now, if I'm judging the plots of the story here, we have 5 stages left, and one of them is the dungeon. So, as we come around here and see that, that guy's there, this is probably where we get to the notes here that tell us exactly who our killers are. Who is this mysterious man? Whomst is this mysterious man? Well, the Eurodivi's swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with the case, and the Time Ripper is still at large. Now what, ace detectives? But we don't have any other leads. The one we talked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? You want to tail that Eurodivi? Well, looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Yeah, let's see if he was actually lying, because we just kind of walked into the den of a communist, beat him up, and then took his words at face value. It's probably not intelligent, or rather, well, perhaps the killer will conveniently strike him and we'll be able to follow him. Let's find out. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. Thank you, Ryoshi. According to page 155 of Lady Agatha's book, he's reading quickly, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives. Foo. I've been reading it whenever I can. Hong Lu is reading the instruction manual, while everyone else fucks around doing absolutely nothing. Hong Lu reads the game manual, while everyone else expects the game's tutorial to teach them everything. The Eurodivi's petty time theory won't change the world. Yes, but they're probably building up to something greater, or rather, they feel like they're doing something, which is probably the point. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? No, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change, huh? Change? It said that the Eurodivi started from a small group of nobodies, but they kept at it, slowly but surely, spreading through the city. I hear that they've been causing some real trouble in some mess, that they find it difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying here at T-Corp? Running low on time, but burning full of frustration? Then come join the Eurodivi. Unlike most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that they will one day bring real changes to the city. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating. To witness to what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead? Well, some of them are probably decent people. I don't think every single one of the Eurodivi is a terrible person. Sonia kind of gives them, you know, Sonia's created a situation where we can have that sort of balance for now. Now we're trying to be good. Now we're a somewhat plucky and underdog organization out to change the world for the good. Air quotes. Some people think that can only be achieved by violence, and some people think that they can do this by idealistic means and simply doing the right thing enough. However, unfortunately, as history shows us, this typically leads to the whole operation tilting to one side. And unfortunately, the idealistic bunch usually doesn't get anything done. So, this is a slow burn kind of situation. It could go either way, but that's why everyone's so entertained right now. But, something tells me that, well, either Sonya has a plan to fuck this up, or Team Rocket's going to fuck this up. And Sonya's probably not going to do anything, or rather, he's going to try and do something, and it's probably not a great idea, and then there's going to be some kind of conflict here, because I know Sonya's not just going to magically make everything correct, and thus this is the conflict with Rhodia and Sonya, which is going to be the end of her story arc. We'll see where that happens, though. You have a confrontation brewing in the future. What the outcome will be, I don't know, but it's probably not as simple as communism is the answer to everything, or some shit. It's probably not that simple. Nothing but impotent squirmings. No, not necessarily. Sometimes you do have to try to make things better, even when, it doesn't really, come off properly. I'm sorry, do any of you even give a damn about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. Ryoshu is just being obtuse. I'm following my family elder's words to see and experience as much as the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. So many things in this world, presuming that they deserve to call themselves that they deserve to call themselves family. That's an interesting comment. He. I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish with such half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know. No, I'm not most people. I'm... From the distance, a loud, rapid footsteps broke through Rhodia's quiet whispers. Rhodia, you were going somewhere with that? I knew it! The culprit was a Eurodivvy! Ah! And no, it wasn't. I knew that was potentially an option here, or rather, a result. Tail that guy until the conveniently, as there's only 5 episodes left in the season, guys. We kind of have to solve the mystery now, don't we? But tail that guy until he gets mugged by the Time Ripper. They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Mersault, Ryoshu. Rhodia came to a sudden stop and looked at me, staring at me from underneath the shadow cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? No. That would have vastly complicated our situation, and also, no. As we've seen what Team Rocket is up to, and Team Rocket's quickly escalating to potentially causing the apocalypse. Though I guess I'm wrong then. It wouldn't have changed anything. It would have changed things, all right. It would have made things drastically worse for everyone, including you. So, not worth dwelling on. Why do you ask? I mean, it's just watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated, unchanging. It's making me feel like you made the wrong decision. Don't worry, he's getting kickbacks from Team Rocket. None of this is legit. Rhodia hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. That means she doesn't really want to admit out loud what she means, but okay. There are some regrets there, but yeah, I suppose that's natural in isolation, but again, Sonia's getting kickbacks from Team Rocket. Team Rocket has golden bows. Think about what else they have. Team Rocket has golden bows, the mirror, and now Captain Ahab is probably on an infinite pallid whale hunt through the mirror dimensions, hunting all of the whales that ever existed throughout every dimension. N-Corp basically has infinite resources, and now so does Team Rocket. None of that's legit. So, understandable character development there. A moment of doubt. However, yeah, no, Team Rocket's the villains of this story, so what they're doing is obviously villainous and probably terrible. But you don't hear that because you're only hearing the only thing you hear is people saying about how great things are and how well everything's going. Nobody advertises their failings, guys, especially not when you're trying to attract people to your cause, right? You don't advertise your failings. So, Gee, I wonder why we don't hear anything negative that might spin you back the other way, Rhodia. Oh, right, they don't want you to hear that. But so, Jack the Time Ripper. Who is this mysterious man? You're late, Clock. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprit here, we just have to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Rhodia? I'm having a moment of trepidation. I'm beginning to question my entire... Well, actually, Rhodia's been questioning her entire, way of living since, the whole thing with getting her entire hometown killed. That was kind of kind of bad. Maybe that was a bad decision, but you know, at the end of the day, Sonya wasn't doing anything anyway, and at the end of the day, maybe if she didn't do that, Sonya wouldn't have actually gotten anything done. Right? So maybe that's another situation. Maybe that's a situation of something had to happen to do another, and I doubt that Sonya's fucking clairvoyant enough to see that if he pressed his group hard enough, someone would do exactly what Rhodia did, and, you know, make things proceed forward. I don't think the man's that clairvoyant, but we'll see what his deal is when we actually get to the resolution of Rhodia's story, which means, you know, which is what this is all, you know, bringing up again. There's going to be a resolution to this story. This is one of these other shoes that's hanging up there. It's gonna drop eventually, and we'll see how that ends. Just every time I think about Sonya, yeah, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. That's all. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no choice but to put it out of your mind because, well, if we could all go back into the past and 100% perfectly clear the video game that is life, we would. But unfortunately, nobody can. However, people will, of course, and reality as well, on top of that, hound you for your mistakes and bad decisions. The best thing you can do is try not to make them, and if you make them, clean them up. Because if we could all go back and change every single action to a success, oh, we would, but no one can. However, people like to gloat when they get it right. Nope. Not gonna let this drag me down. I just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit showed up right now so I can get my hands on him and get this over with? Yes, wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit suddenly appeared right now so I could hide my problems under violence? Yes, it would. All this waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully it'll look real badass when I arrest them. Good. She's distracted, or distracting herself. Good. Good, we're out of that. Dark moment there, gotta watch that, but at least Rhodia's entire life has been distracting herself from this very line of thinking. So good that she still knows how to do that. You certainly recover quick. Now that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be, constantly changing with time, you know? Especially when we really don't want to feel them, like right now. Oops, changed them. Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. Well, some of them do, but the ones that really matter probably won't. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's an oddly not scientific thing to say. That's some complicated stuff. That's a very not scientific thing to say all of a sudden, sir. I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Eurodivvy rascal, that's all. You know, I want to be an ace detective. Then you shall have your chance, says Jack the Ripper. That man! A chance for you to be the center of attention. A subject of praise. You shall hear words of praise, Shinji Ikari. Exactly as you desire. Okay, quite the showman here. This is fun, though, because the showman, as, well, no one probably here knows about that one, but, yo, I once wrote a character with similar aesthetics as this. Maybe not quite sepia tone, but the man has taken upon the idea of, you know, top hats and cloaks and row houses and old English-looking architecture. This very aesthetic here. Not what I originally intended him to be, but something like that, I thought. Something like this image, I thought. But so, who is that man? Who is this mysterious showman? That long coat, that hat. You're Rodia, Dante, the culprit ran away. He's here. You're the Time Ripper. Correct. Interesting. This isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshu to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I am no longer bound to no longer bound to an organization like the Eurodivvy. Okay, so he is a man, he is alone. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Did you know that even the Eurodivvy did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. Ah, yes. The man went to the communist organization and found still more corruption. I was in the rain, and so I went indoors to get out of the rain, and I found only more rain inside! Useless! 2. I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. Okay, so he's not burning time. So what are you doing with it, sir? I merely reap the dying hours to share it among those who need it Oh. You may call me the Time Saint instead. The Time Saint? I highly doubt that one, but oh. Well, you know, that's somewhat novel, and I suppose a way that you could do this, like, idealistically. As Dennis Leary said, who cares about growing old? Those are the worst years because they're the ones at the end! They suck! Huh. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up and... All this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing, starved for even a morsel of praise. This is both a correction of your ignorance and our final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Ah, do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're big, you're the big scary Time Ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something staying in your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed, some kind of design flaw in your tech, you can't touch my time. How do you like this Ace Detective's deductions, huh? Foo-hoo. Well, yeah, well, that would be something to say, because we're only having this dramatic talk because he can't do anything. It's unlikely that he has chosen to be a dramatic fuck. He can't really do anything, so he's just decided to use this time instead. He'll use this opportunity for something else instead. Being dramatic. Half right, but you've given me 2 more corrections to make. 1, I am not the one killing time. It's you, and everyone like you who's killing time. You all should get back to work. 2, indeed, we cannot rip away time from just anyone. No, but I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium. What? Just biding time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen. Killing time. Yes, that would be that turn of phrase. Now, how do you turn this phrase into the superpowers of the villain of the story today? How, this is, again, that's how you use the idea of killing time, but how did the writers take this concept and fuck with it? We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Okay, so you're taking the time that we are sitting on because we can't do anything useful with it. And also the dying hours as well, most also because, well, if you're at old age and dying at the end of your life, you're not really using your time, correctly. You could take that time and give it to somebody who needs it, like, the young, inspiring, up and coming people that actually need a break or two. Right, okay. So this man technically is a communist, but he's also communist fucking Robin Hood. Not necessarily as idealistically clean, though. Haha. Swing that axe, and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh, but we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You will stir awake when the clock strikes 4 in 50 years' time. Having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. Ah. Oh, so... Huh. That's when it shall dawn on you, that despair. It'll all come rushing in like a flood. That disparity, the unfamiliarity, all the time you killed. I woke up as an adult, and I realized I did nothing with my life! Ah! The end. Okay, right, so... As someone pointed out earlier, this is way more existentially terrifying, and yeah, no. Yeah, that's an existential... Yeah, Pink Floyd's Time plays. What was it again? What were the lyrics again? So you run and you run to catch up with the sun, but you're older. Oh, but it's sinking, right. Racing around to come up behind you again, or something like that. The sun is the same in the relative way, but you're older. Shorter of breath, one day closer to death. That's mostly correct. So, So that's what happens. Granted, to somebody who doesn't have a tremendous amount of time. It's just kind of over in a blink of an eye and you're older now. So that entire moment of I cannot move, like the tax agent, they'll get out of that and they'll have only experienced it as a second. Meanwhile, they've been standing in still for years and years and years and years. If they're still stuck, like, we're probably gonna get that person some medical attention there, but So that's how it works. Yep, that's terrifying. But also, as a contest of that, Karen, you whore, give me back my youth. Every pain a reminder of every single second you've killed, thinking about how tedious it all is. But yes, you are, in fact, wasting your youth right now, killing time. So why haven't you cured cancer today? So, okay, I see this is somewhat convoluted here, but I believe I see the man's madness. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Rhodia stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Ripper as he walked away from us. Not me, not Rhodia. The culprit, where are they? We kind of just let them walk away because they became too existentially terrifying. I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Ripper, he became too existentially terrifying. He dropped... The shit that he was dropping was too heavy. We couldn't do anything! It's like we were frozen in place! We couldn't emotionally handle the existential crisis that he was throwing down. That man's battle gimmicks were too much! How could you give them the slip? You see, they actually clued us into this, or they signaled this. Her baggage was slowing her down. Exactly, Luis. 2 big baggages, right, but, well, not her tits, unfortunately, but Luis, you're exactly right there. Rhodia was given this moment of trepidation by seeing the Eurodivvy again, and then thus doubting herself. And, on top of that, the killer basically just, more or less just threw a giant doubt yourself at Rhodia, who was already emotionally and mentally weakened by this entire thing that was going on. Wham, zoom. Speech 100. So that's why so they basically, effectively clued us into an emotional breakdown or an emotional, moment of trepidation or lack of, lapse in judgment. They clued us in with the action that the scene prior, and thus expanded upon it here, as the killer says bye and leaves, and we let them because Rhodia is too doubtful to act and, generally terrified of what may happen. She's unsure, and so she doesn't act. But because she doesn't act, the killer slips between our fingers and disappears into the night. Okay, so I understood exactly what we were going on there, but, unfortunately we're going to get to the dungeon and we're going to kill this person. So, or rather, beat them over the head until they are freed from this, and the anomaly or distortion that is powering this, either disappears or reverts into an egg like a Pokemon. Because this is also Limbus Company and the setting. We were very, very upstanding, and then we come back to the abnormalities are revert to eggs like Pokemon thing, which is kind of one of the sillier things I don't like about the setting. It's a little, it somewhat makes sense, but it's also a little kind of silly. You could say that the killer slips between Rhodia's two big assets as he runs away in satisfaction. Ah, yes! In her moment of trepidation, Jack the Time Ripper gets free Paizuri and then laughs off into the darkness. The absolute scoundrel! How does he keep getting away with this? They threatened her. That they were going to rip away her time. Oh no. And the Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so they were probably listening to us, but okay. Never mind. If the man's moving as fast as I think he is, he could probably just kind of be here in an instant, listen, and then move before we actually have time to notice him. The man could probably move in shadows. He's probably moving so fast that if we actually saw him at any point in our journey here, we probably thought it was just our eyes playing tricks on us, because when, we'd see something move, and then we'd look at it, and there'd be nothing there. He could more than likely move that fast, so he's probably been listening and studying us. And of course, he has all the time in the world to sit there and study us because we move excruciatingly slow if he's moving at that time. So he has time to think, ponder. The man's basically the man's basically sitting there listening to us, for episodes at a time here. He's got a lot of exposition to work with. It seems to me that Rhodia decided to not say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshu, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely want to solve the case. I'm not like you, either of you. Okay, Rhodia wanted to do something nice today. Understandable. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshu might swing her scabbard at Rhodia, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Well, Ryoshu is only excited by violence. She doesn't seemingly have any greater thoughts in there, though there probably is. We'll get to her story, but she has a very, very particular psyche that, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. That probably hurt her more than she lets on. She just said, that's boring, as a really weak comeback, I guess. I guess that's, relief. Rhodia, Sorry, I think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. Yeah, we can see that. Okay, so we've seen the Time Ripper, and he is some menagerie of clockwork that's also multiple, or either identifying as multiple people or is multiple people. Not quite sure what's going on there, but probably the abnormality has something to do with that, or the distortion, rather, to use the correct term. There's probably something going on there, but because I'm bored, wishing well. Can I have a free 3-star out of my 1 pull, please? Wow, I never noticed how much that makes a sound. Good lord, that's kind of terrifying. That grinding noise is kind of terrifying. Here's another penny, just because I want to see if I get a funny. No. Wow, they like giving me Sinclair's. Maybe Sinclair's the killer. Maybe that's what they're trying to clue me into. Fuck it, one more. Because we've got plenty of energy. This is what a gambling addiction looks like, kids. Though I probably should be saving this to give me more energy to create more nodes to do the dungeon over and over again, to get more resources, to get more single pulls, to do this instead, but oh well. Gambling keeps me, you know, somewhat energized. The 300. 500. Okay, so we're 200 away. If we play our cards like right, by the time we're done with this, we will probably be just over, near or just over the mark to get Detective Ryoshu, which is good. That'll help me with the grinding off screen. By the time you eat through your modules, it's going to be next week. Probably. One more. Nothing, huh? Man. Get the free 20 pulls. Yeah, I know. They're there, but I want to get Ryoshu first because I can grind, you know, time faster that way. I'd also like Honglu for the same reason, but of course, nothing. Alright. I'll burn the rest of it when we're done, I guess. But yeah, so far, nothing. Twisted Time. Okay, so 3 stages left. Rhodia was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but, well, now she has a moment here, and no one quite knows how to do that. The mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Rhodia's in a depressive mood. Yeah, when nobody else knows how to lift the spirits of the group, we kind of just sit here like a bunch of morons. So maybe that's a skill we need to learn here. Maybe we should get Don Quixote over here. Maybe we should pay bail for Don Quixote. You have a month to grind these timepieces. Normal people have a month to grind these timepieces, but, I've got a lot of shit to do and I can't really kill too much time, which is why we're up at 1 o'clock in the morning finishing this, because I'm finishing this and getting on with other shit to work on. I'm finishing the event and then I'm going on my merry way to immediately finish other things in the corner. If we were back at the bus, or if Yi Sang or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice, but neither Ryoshu nor Hong Lu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood. So we just trudged on with our investigation. Yep, you're all depressive fucks, and now this man is frozen in time. Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Ripper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes. Isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes. It's the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. Well, Ryoshu, that's rather specific, but I guess okay, good. You can notice these things? He's not exactly dead, you know. This dead body looks kind of different from the last one we saw, though. He's not dead! He's just gonna wake up in like 20 fucking years and, yo, he's gonna have done absolutely nothing. He's not actually dead, though he is nearing total death of a character with that sort of thing. body either, but what's this? But what is this? What is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices? The Eurodivi must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Rhodia? It's something Sonia once said. Told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. Haha, I just think it cramps my style. Then chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer might be a former member of the Eurodivi. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. Sometime later... Damn it, the Ripper got our boss? Huh? Are you asking if anyone quit recently? Yes. Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there was someone who went completely off the grid. Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time at T-Corp to share it equally among everyone? Yeah, I remember a lad who said something like that. When his younger brother died, he became a bit weird. He became even more communist than communists. He became an ordo-social... Thank you, TNO, for teaching me of what that is. When you go so far left, you wind up on right. Did anyone go along with that plan? I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. We're the Eurodivi. We must bide our time until the Saint gives us the word. Is that so? Where is he? No idea. Last thing I heard, he said something like, "I'll always be watching you." Creepy, isn't it? But I suppose that means he's still hanging around somewhere within T-Corp's borders. Our boss man's gonna be back to normal, right? He'll always be watching, huh? Which means he's watching right now, the fucking narcissist. Or, I suppose, the voyeur at the same time. The killer always returns to the scene of the crime. I mean, this guy's not just returning, he's sitting here watching the movie in the audience! Ha. Clock. I always burn a cig after a kill. But you're always smoking. That means I'm always killing people! Because it takes about 4 minutes for the cig to burn all the way through. I get to watch as the light of life slowly burns out in their dying eyes. Really enhances the flavor. Yep, that's Ryoshu. Yep, yeah, that's that entire fucked up line of thinking. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on the clock tower. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Are we walking around in a distortion right now? How come no one noticed the clock tower was broken? It's not broken. This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detective started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned... Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless? What? I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious. Methinks it's a real bother, standing guard here. It's all stop and search. So tedious. Would you kindly? 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 When he says tedious, does that mean that he gets to steal? Is that the fucking is that the magic word, Pee-wee? Is it tedious? Is that the secret word? Hey, assistant. What were the first two victims doing when the Ripper struck? Let's see. One of them was attacked while purchasing a 13-flavored lollipop candy, and the other was reading a comic book starring a T-Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. Are there a lot of clock towers in T-Corp? A total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp, but just one in this general area. The Time Ripper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower and made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium? He was editing the time of the entire area. It's kind of like looking at a clock makes it move slower. Interesting. Tedium, I see. So that's what it was. He can rip time only from people who are bored? That's a rather... Well, at that point, it's... In some ways, that's voluntary, then, because if you're bored, you'd like time to pass, but not that way, you fuck! But still, if you're bored, you would like time to pass so we move on to something more exciting, which means that you would willingly give up the time that you have right now in order to expedite the process of going somewhere else. You know, moving forward in time to another event that's more interesting than where you are right now. So that means that unconsciously you voluntarily would like to give away the time. And that's how he gets to use his powers? The clock tower. It should give me a nice view to blow smoke at. Let's all go down to Big Ben, I guess? Oh, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right, detective? Here's something I forgot to mention, detectives. You need actual evidence to fucking arrest someone in the first place. That might be something you could miss here, but you actually need evidence to take this to court in order to actually arrest somebody. You need fucking probable cause, at least. However, the, like, 8-foot-tall mechanized dude saying he's the killer's, that's kind of a confession, so we've got it. Huh. You have to catch them in the act. Can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it, What, do we have to let them attack us or something? Just so we can catch them in the act? Don't you know, he can literally rip the time out of you. One small mistake, and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic, but it's still part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he rips time all you care about? Right on again, Ace Detective. Yes, I would like to see how this works, so, you know, don't fuck that up. I once thought that there were no inventions in T-Corp that I didn't know the ins and outs of. I didn't know the ins and outs about, but now I'm interested. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to T-Corp's patent agency. No, I wanted to watch as it spread throughout the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. Okay, so he let Yi-Sang go with the mirror. Interesting. So he didn't just magically escape. We let him go! Why? I thought it'd be funny if he changed the world. Why did you not do your job and let that guy go? I thought it'd be funny if he actually did change the world. I wanted to see if the Mad Lad could do it. This guy may actually bring us... This guy is accidentally somewhat responsible for the possible end of Ava ending that we may get here because, you know, Team Rocket has the mirror now. This guy could have stopped it. He didn't. Then we think about what happened in the mansion, you know, in the basement, and This guy may be responsible, or partially responsible, for everything. So to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine, I don't care whether we catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Yeah, eventually you know, context and, you know, consequences, and you don't sweat the small stuff after a while. I just want to know how this funny doohickey works. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... Well, some people, unfortunately, have absolutely zero interest in changing the world or anything. They're just... Again, they want to know how doohickey work. Or in the case of Ryoshu, she wants to find, I guess, the root of all art via murder or something. I guess some people are interested in thing and not the process of utilizing thing. They have ambitions, it's just to understand thing, not do anything with thing, but just stare at thing. Excuse me, Mr. Assistant. I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Mersault stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machinery beep very loudly? Oh. That recent friend? Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp, then do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ons worth of time from Mersault? Was it really because it was broken? What are you talking about? It is statistically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults, usually. Then the source of that error must be Mersault, or all of us, right? Not the machine. Right. Because if it's perfect and it works perfectly, source me, we broke it. Which means we may be exempt from time. Which would make sense because we don't necessarily know all of the timey-wimey, rather the abnormal bullshit the clock and the chains do. Remember the chains? Those are kind of got a part of that. I remember that from part 1. We're all kind of connected to Dante. You know, all the sinners are kind of connected to Dante, and that's how we kind of yank them out of hell. It's kind of like... it's kind of like a coin on a string and getting free plays out of an arcade game. Or a vending machine. Except the vending machine is the devil, I suppose. But hey, if you cheat the devil, you get a free Coke. Or in this case, a free game of Pac-Man, I guess. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You're not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me. Though that isn't necessarily that amazing of an assumption, but it is a conclusion that you can draw. I wouldn't say that's concrete enough to be absolutely correct, but the guy's a narcissist who, you know, the guy's big enough of a narcissist for inventions to say that, no, my inventions are perfect. So he would agree that, no, the problem is you. You're the problem. My inventions are perfect. They work perfectly every time. If something's wrong, it must be you. Yes. Then I don't have the responsibility of figuring out how I fucked up. No, you're the fuck up. It's you. All credit goes to Lady Agatha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness, after all. You keep asking questions from every angle possible. I thought the condition of getting exempt from our tax time was that we had to catch the culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again as if to address my concern. I'm not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now listen close. There's a plan! Also, I have to get up and go to the bathroom, so break time, ladies and gentlemen. But though it is 1:30, we're finishing this, because I can't get hung up on this any further than we have already. But I'm assuming that this is the moment, the time, and the last is the dungeon. So, we're there. Be right back, folks! Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Alright, so, one note and probably the dungeon left. Okay, let's wrap this up. The Clock Tower of Fear. Okay. Interesting title there. You wouldn't start making... Oh, wait a minute. Where did it... What are you all doing here? Interesting. Well, I suppose what I could probably do is go back to my Don Quixote Bleed team here, since apparently I get to use literally fucking everyone. Everyone gets let out of jail. Okay, no, that's that, and then Kurkumo Hong.
달리자 로시나.
검은 가라.
이곳 명령이라면
기다리고 있었죠.
And Sang.
출근하겠어.
Again, not a perfect team, but one that I'm still tweaking on, and I haven't had a chance to really tweak it, so we're gonna go with.
내가 나설 차례인가?
However, it's mostly Pierce and Blunt. So I hope that works! There's a bit of slash damage. Actually, yeah, no, Hong is providing the slash. A little bit of slash damage, but mostly Pierce and Blunt. But, so, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan, and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still... Ah, I'm sorry, having the rest of my tea that's been sitting here. It's annoying. Shh, let's hide. Hiya! I've been waiting for you. Did he just say hiya to the Ripper? Did he just say... How interesting. Not only did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. I see. You've been tailing us this whole time. Eh, of course. You were right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time. You're right. Say, can you teach me how to make the most of my time? Give us your time and we might tell you. What, 30 hours? What is this? A bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from these sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I'd say it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Oh no, internal arguments. Of course I get the ads right before the major story. Very unfortunate, sorry sir. Agreed, he's one of the Nest's lackeys. Working with those filthy watch chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show him what happens to those that oppose us. Okay, so we have a split personality disorder going on here, or perhaps it's whoever the former the former communist member and his dead brother fused into one person. I don't know. They did say that boy got a bit weird. Seconded. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Sod it, let's just stab as deep as we can go. We don't want to repeat. We don't want a repeat of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away with just a gash of 100 hours. Silence! I will decide this time. We will stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Okay, maybe there's more than 2 people in there. Well, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. If we divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another, yeah, I could roll with that. Huh? It's almost like there are multiple personalities in there, all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Hong Lu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go. Or perhaps that was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours. Will 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain. Only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. Then, I like that. Rip my time away. Okay. He didn't mean that, did he? What's Hong Lu's plan here, aside from I'm gonna go on a lovely adventure? A time-tearing razor, is it? So that's the core of the power that extracts time. Though it was no invention at all, but a distortion. My, this is still highly fascinating. So this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant. Powers that only one could have dreamt of. Now he did that, and it's highly likely this is about to do absolutely nothing because funny Dante time power tick-tock. After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt, why can't we rip away your time? Yep, we're invulnerable. I see. Everything went according to plan. It's all so same. I blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? We've walked right into a trap, you daft idiots. Don't you understand? Detectives, AOTS. I don't know what that means, but assemble. That was a relief. He had me worried for a moment there. Once again, we're immune to things, and we can use that for the story. About 30 minutes ago, like I said earlier, the temporal scale gallows isn't broken. This error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. So it's me, Dante, yes. This caused a multi-reference error in the temporal scale gallows, which was supposed to hang your time. So what you're saying is, because we are living within Dante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time. I had no idea. Well, if all that is news to us, then there's really no way for the Time Ripper to know that either. So once the Time Ripper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when Rhodia and Ryoshu can swoop in like the awesome people you are and arrest the culprit. Thank you, Hong Lu. Hong Lu puts it together and somehow compliments everybody in the process. Good lord. And that's how this trap came to be. We made it up in 5 minutes after discovering once again I kind of break the rules just by existing. But what if, and really, what if the Time Ripper manages to rip Hong Lu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. Yeah, don't worry about that. I wonder how long the racket would last once the news of a malfunctioning clock tower breaks. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch as people's trust in the institution of the supposedly unerring clock tower crumble? It's going to be such a fun show. Ah, right, yes. Complete chaos leading to change? How interesting. And I don't mean that ridiculous, stupid stuff where we do pointless things and don't change anything. No, I mean really actually causing some upheaval. It's gonna be fantastic. Wonderful. No, I mean something that will actually do something, not this running around handing leaflets out like children. No. Something that will actually cause something to happen. Interesting. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hey, participation trophy. I really used to hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with the perpetual cycle of pain. Like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day cleave clean through me. Sorry, it's late. A blade of time, if you will. But your noise, it's a bit different. It's the kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different. And it's not pain. Well, it's good. We're moving off past that one. We're not dwelling on the whole, this entire world functions as a mechanism of pain to extract value, but maybe there's more to life than that. Especially yo, something better than that shit in this city. However, this is kind of how the city works on a factual level. But let's not fucking dwell on it, because we'll never get anything done. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. Not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit when a big fight's about to break out, and I'm getting the exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return to the other sinners. I can't believe they actually kept us imprisoned the whole time, only to let us out right before they caught the culprit. So how was it, manager, adventuring with just 3 sinners? Was it nice? It was a silly time. I trust that you have learned your lesson, and that my absence was deeply felt. I'm hoping you appreciate me more, manager. Quote, Hag Otis wants to be appreciated more. I'm aching all over from just sitting inside that jail cell. I don't ever want to go back to to a place like that. Right, so is that Sod the Time Ripper or something? A distortion we must defeat. Right, okay, everyone was busted out of jail, even though the fact that we had to select our party before going in here told us that was going to happen. Boss fight, though!
기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Okay, so that's terrible odds. Okay, so what else are we doing here? Wow, Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking Base Dawn has better rolls. Okay, dubstep back there as well. Interesting, interesting sound effects there, or interesting soundtrack. The best I've got is fucking neutral? Oh. Goodness gracious, he must have a... Huh. Unopposed, you're too slow to do anything. Okay, I guess we'll figure this out as we go, but... This is gonna be a fucking mess. Okay, so we have no attacks over there, so I'll have Rasol take that. Since he's the only one who can tank something like that anyway, or rather the best one to be doing that. Oh, right, he has 6 cheat. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, man, but what is this ID comp? This is based around using base Dom Quixote. And it's also based on availability since I don't have literally everything. I'm preparing for Chapter 7 like this because we're running it with base Dom. We're gonna figure out something to use with base Dom.
늦으면 내 피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Golden time. Start him 200 value gain. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Okay, he's got a lot of buffs. So yeah, the whole idea behind this is utilizing Base Dawn in the party. So Base Dawn does a couple of things. She does bleed, she has attack power up, and she also self-heals. So the entire point is getting some kind of synergy with a team around that. So this is mostly bleed, and then Sang's there to prop Crow's Eye to give her a speed boost. And the Sin resources are also based around utilizing Lust Absolute Resonance to operate a bunch of effects, including Whispers Out of Faust, which is actually extremely good for keeping people's sanity in check. So basically, we just get Don Quixote to a point where she can spam her base ego over and over and over and over again, and giving the enemy so much bleed that Ryoshu does more damage basically all of the time. And then also Honglu. Honglu does... What does Honglu also do? Alright, does even more bleed, thanks to 3 reds. Why not just a Lust Res team then, so she can spam suit? That is also an option, but I decided to be a little bit funny here. I'm experimenting. However, unfortunately, it looks like the bleed was reflected back at me, it seems, because I got the bleed back. So what's your passives? Okay. Fix panic, obviously. Have 1,000 stolen time at the start of the encounter. Right, okay. At turn end, if a part is broken, spend 100 times from that part to recover from the broken. Okay, so we have to waste the time. We have to kill time. Or get it under 200 plus value. Start turn less than 200, you gain defense level. Alright, so the whole idea is get it under 200. Kill time. We have to break apart in order to get it there. Got it. But this is going to be kind of excruciating. Terrible all around. So what can we do here? I mean, we could dodge. We could also just dodge a lot. Funny enough, based on not having the speed to activate Coin Power 2, but is actually, based on of all people, is actually able to fight that, which is funny. Of all people, based on can actually fucking clash with that. Well, I guess what we'll do is we'll have, once again, Result take that attack, and then we'll have... Alright, so we need Gloom, too. That's another thing as well. Because this is also giving us... This is also a team that can also supply Pursuance from both Rhodia and Mersal, so that's also some assistance with the self-healing. I'm not quite sure, or I'm not all the way with this, but there's something here, I think. I need to test it more, but I needed to save for the fucking event as well. Okay, so there's that, unopposed, and then we're just gonna sit here. Okay, we're gonna get... Lust is kind of pointless in this endeavor, so, oh well. So, unless we're getting, you know, Lust Resonance, 3 Lust at a time, we're not getting that.
거치적거리지만 마.
So might as well save up for a Pursuance
뭘
pop, I suppose.
잘못했는지 아는 것부터가
Okay, he is
시작됐어.
weak to Pierce, too. Also want to, yeah, also want to build up some Gluttony so we can get Otis's passive. Which means that we do more fucking damage.
한방 먹였어.
Good, we're evading, fantastic. But we need to do more damage when we give him, when we, hit him with an effect he's weak to.
늦으면 레피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
3 Gluttony, we need 4. Fantastic, we've got that. Fantastic. Also dodges. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we just beat the shit out of him. Unopposed, no. Is that unclashable? Yes, it's unclashable. And it's Result, so. Defend. Everyone else just punch him repeatedly. There's that. Lust, we can actually get Lust Absolute Resonance here. Fan-fucking-tastic. See? Ping, 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 ping. Also, Don does more damage like that, too. Though he doesn't have any bleed, so...
출진이다!
Unfortunately, he evades those attacks, but that's survivable. Oh.
기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Targeted by Time Ripper while Time Acceleration is active. I mean, well, that's fucking everybody aside from Result. Result has a lot of bleed, too. That's a problem. We're gonna need a Pursuance pop in here. Medic! Medic to the set! At least, well, you have charge. That's not a whole amount of, astounding amount of charge, so we'll probably be okay. He could survive that. He's got a ton of health, which is why I have him intercepting so many attacks. Okay, so Don is Pride. We need that Pride for a... We're probably gonna want to save that for an emergency Pursuance. So then again, we still have the badges, though. Well, actually, these morons have the badges. These ones don't. Okay, so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to clash with anything. Aside from Corporate Salt, who's also the slowest speed. Thanks. Yes, he's not being targeted, but he's also the slowest fucking speed. Okay, so Don, can you clash with that at all? Silly question, I know, but... Okay, so... Hong, what are your chances? Absolutely terrible, however... No, we're gonna have to do this. Okay, so... That we can clash with! Everything else, though, this is gonna get a little funny. Holy shit, 66? Yeah, okay, we're just gonna have to dodge. That's a defend. He should be able to walk that off, I think. Okay, so at least there's an attack going in there. Rhodia can counter, which also gives us a little bit more lust, I suppose. Oh, it's that one. So, that one, and that one. Okay, so those attacks are... Oh, so that's an attack. That's a attack, a defense, and a counter. So that's something. We're gonna need a little bit more pride in the building here for this one, I think. But so... That's probably not gonna be too effective, so we'll keep building resources. Gluttony we've got. Good, so that means pierce damage will do extra damage to him. Okay, so we're gonna need... Right, so we're expending, unfortunately, 2 pride here, but we need more slow.
출진이다!
Which is funny, because now that that pass is active, this does more damage, though it didn't roll maximum point
강렬한
power.
로신한테 정의는 승리한다!
The passive will activate, and it will also give Don more health. However, that's just doing absolutely no damage whatsoever, though. Well, damage is damage, really.
약해 빠져서는
It's funny that these ones have the mulligan, too, so that's fine. They can actually die this encounter and be okay.
지금 뭘 잘못했는지는 알기나 해. 드라마에서 봤어. 그래서 카론이 안전벨트 잘하라고 있잖아.
Okay, good. We have a pursuance, which is good. I will use this now. Actually, we don't have... no, that one. Okay, can we... Well, we could save that. Can we get that... Can we get anything out of that attack? Okay, you've got 10 charge. That's good. We can actually employ this. Fantastic. That one needs to be stopped. Now. So actually, what we could do... Okay, we'll save Crow's Eye. We could be spamming that every turn, but let's try and actually... Wait a minute, so... Yes. So that's a defense. That's not exactly amazingly optimal, but... We would get bonus damage out of that. Okay, what's the least worst one? It's that one. Okay, so... Actually, we'll do that one. Actually, one of those is headed this direction. Trade, I guess. So that'll give us... Going to need more pride resource, I believe. So that's unfortunately struggling. That's that. We want... Which one was it? It was... That's struggling. This is unopposed, which is not what we want. What was that one? It was the first one, right? That's first. That's the last one. Who did we want to punch this one again? Oh, that's Don. That's only Don's only, like, Don had to go fight that. Don could fight that. However, what we can also do is throw this out there, too. Which is spending resource, but it's also... that's gonna get us out of pursuance, though. But it is going to do more damage because they have bleed. Huh. You know what? Fuck it. What do we have left after that? Not a whole lot. No, send that towards the middle one. Acceptable. Oh, good. She got a shield, too, because we proc that. Fantastic. I'm still not entirely swear on that passive from Sang, but hey, I got it. As you can see, this is what happens when I try and think about it. I actually think. Am I amazingly adept at the game? No. Am I attempting to try to be? Yes. No, really, I should have had Ryoshu attack because she was getting a bonus, but that did no damage. So, good. That's fine. Also, now we get self-heal every time we... Right, since we have 6 Lust now we get self-heal every time the battle starts, even though Chef Ryoshu is not here. Okay, so, let's see. Although Mersault did get absolutely fucking cracked there, good lord. He could use a hand. Something tells me I didn't read a passive properly. Good lord, what happened to Mersault? Terrible. Good. I really would need this. Remember, the easiest way to keep this all going here. Favored, 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 and then we would need... This needs to get in there. And so does this. Right, where does that leave us? Actually, totally fine. Just dump all of that shit in on that attack under Don Quixote's ego, and we're good.
거치적거리지만 마.
Yeah, those bleed, that's coming back at me, which is kind of annoying. Also, did I pick soup? I clicked on soup, didn't I? Like an idiot. I am a fool. Don Quixote heals. Oops. I'm thinking! Fucks up and uses the wrong ego, even though that takes a lot of effort to do. Man, I am a fool. Okay, so what do we need here? We need a lot of pride really quickly, and a lot of sloth as well. We don't really have very much of that. Unfortunately, we kind of lost that self-heal too, which was kind of biting down the problems. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's got enough to clash with that, funny as hell. Dominating, dominating, dominating. Okay, acceptable.
거치적거리지만 마.
Funny that the bleed is actually working its way to doing kind of competent damage here.
끝이.
The bleed is present, it's just that, yeah, I kind of needed to do more. Now.
늦으면 내 피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Okay, so we've got the speed. Okay, he's probably gonna wind. Okay, that's bad. We need that to not be Mersault today. Unfortunately, it's unclashable. I'd really rather that wasn't Mersault getting shot at today. We kind of need him. I'd like to see if we were close to being able to actually be alive. So if we were to, because I'm gonna need the speed advantage next turn. What? Okay, we could do. This does basically no fucking damage, which is sad, but. There goes all of the sloth resonance, or the sloth resource, but then again, we would need it out of Rhodia, because Rhodia is the one who needs to heal, but she just needs... In order to heal Mersault, we would need Rhodia. But okay, so... I think it's acceptable if we lose Mersault in this situation. As long as we, actually get the guy, for the love of Christ. Okay, so we need this. That would be nice, but we also need this for the... Okay, so we could use that attack, but... Ah. So, right, so the funny thing is we can actually power Ryoshu's egos out of this as well, so there's that, and then we can actually have Dawn utilize her best attack, and then still do Absolute Resonance. However, unfortunately, this, Mersault's just gonna have to defend and hope to God something happens. Good luck, everyone.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Okay, that's actually respectable damage out of that, thank God. Oh, come on! Well, at least I got the last one. Stagger him. Come on, get him. No! Actually, that did that. Wait, no, I think that did it. Nope, there it is. I probably should have just used, red eyes open there, but we got him. Unfortunately, Force for the Flames is actually kind of a astoundingly mediocre ego, so, oops. Okay, so what we could do is, actually, yeah, but, okay, what can we do here? What can we do? I can't get any other ego no, you've got that. So, that's Pierce, that will do damage, but we want to do more damage. But I kind of want Honglu, well actually, Honglu doesn't get any bonus damage out of this, so this is fun. This is where we pull up Rosary, so I can actually back up into this. So hey, Absolute Resonance! So at least Ryoshu is doing more damage, and also Dawn is doing more damage. Okay, the Pride, it'd be pretty good to have that resource up there, also with the Sloth. We need more Sloth. Yeah, okay, buffs. Hooray, buffs! You could at least get the fucking coin, good lord. Okay, I'll take that. That's kind of okay.
하룬, 기다리는 거 못해.
He still has more than
대충은
200.
기다려줄게.
Well, he's got less. He still has more than 200 time, but we've got a bit. We've got an advantage on him now. We need one more slot for. Okay, good, because Mersault's gonna drop dead. So yeah, but then again, we would need. What do we need? We need Rhodia to heal him. Actually, we just need, yeah, one more. Good. There it is. That needs to get in, and Mersault needs to not get hit. What's the best attack we can throw at that to make sure the energy cycle? What's the best attack to stop energy cycle? Yeah. Though I could throw. How much charge does he? 11. Actually, that would give him a shield too. Though it probably would get through anyway. But actually, wait a minute. We could save that for.
나를 지켜보고 있었군.
But no, we need no. We can't use that because I need the sloth. What am I thinking? I'd love to use all of my buffs, but no, we need the sloth for that. Okay, can we get absolute resonance out of this? Yes, we can get absolute resonance out of this. Though it means only Don's doing slightly more damage though. Okay, so what else are we using here? We're using pride. We need all of the pride, so I cannot use that, or I can't use. Yeah, I can't use Blood of Sancho, so that's just gonna have to do. However, the problem with this one is I'd kind of like Ryoshu to be able to attack, so that's an issue. However, I need the Lust cards elsewhere, so we're just kind of helping Don Quixote do more damage. So also, what is his requirement? Oh yeah, we needed more Wrath for that, because that actually helps. But, yo, we need Don to get the highest speed to qualify to that. Yeah, no. Okay, Ryoshu could also use a heal there. I don't think it would be... yeah, that one... Maybe this one. Can I clash with any of them? No. That would use 3 pride. No. That's a negative. Okay, could I? That's a neutral. Struggle. Okay, so you know what? We're abandoning that idea. Fuck that. We're abandoning the idea of resonance this turn. We'll deal with it. Yeah, Mersault's gonna drop dead, but he's not getting hit. But the thing that I'm trying to avoid is Rhodia getting stunned. Somehow, Don's neutral with that one, so if that gets through, we're good. We should be okay?
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Holy shit. Yes! Good! Hell. Yep, stagger. Okay, so now we've got Pursuance out of Rodion this turn, and we're doing a shitload of damage now. Wonderful. This is a bit of a comedy act to get this all to work, but at least Don Quixote is self-healing. Look at you. Can you give Don? Could you give Basalt some of that health, please? Let's see, we need more of everything, but Pride's seemingly pretty easy to come by here. Okay, can we... Well, we could do... Well, actually, everything is lethal, so yes. I don't think that... I don't think that applies to egos, though. The passive for Ryoshu. So, could use more of the pride, though, and more of the sloth, too, to actually just, again, pull another Pursuance out of here at some point. It would be nice.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Donk. Oh, sloth fragility. Hey, look at all this sloth I'm throwing. I forgot that it did that. Hey, look at all this sloth I'm gonna be throwing at you this turn. He might die this turn. Nope, if only Don Quixote had more than one
이기는
coins.
편, 우리 편.
Tilts! Actually, that probably won't kill him, but it'll probably. There's another. This. That'll kill him if somehow we don't kill him there. And look at all of Bersault's not really all that much health. What the fuck?
참여하게 되리라.
Ow. One wait, no. Nope, there it is. She's got it! Good! He has 4 fucking hit points! Don Quixote rides this night! Dead! Chapter 6 soon. Or chapter 7 soon.
계속해도 돼.
Vanquish! The blood of Sancho killed a boss. Praise be to Don Quixote, man of La Mancha, knight of the woeful continents, and to his fair lady Dulcinea el Toboso. Glory be to all for all time. Chapter 7 soon. Have you ever wept in such deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you let slip through your fingers, where you wish that your heart would forever sleep, for its every beat was a painful reminder of the merciless march of time. Yeah, time do be a bitch, yes. I don't suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Ripper slips into the shimmering portal. A mirror dungeon of the fathoms. A mirror dungeon of the fathoms. It appears to be the same kind as the one we have seen before. As the ones we have seen before. We've seen this. We've seen this before. This is the 3rd fucking time. Hey Dante, I've got a question. Actually, the 4th fucking time, if you count Sang's chapter. Yeah. Yeah. We've seen this 4 times. Question. It just occurred to me for the first time, but yeah, so we're already what? Where do all the time that you use, where do they come from? It's fucking magic. Well, we cheat the devil out of it, apparently. I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound time. We cheat the devil out of it. We've seen this for like 100 times if we're talking about a normal mirror dungeon. Yeah, this is true. We've seen this countless times before if we're talking about the mirror dungeons in general. Yes. Washroom clean down the toilet? Who cares? Right, down the toilet. That's where it goes, but who cares? I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. No one knows how it works, aside from Faust. Faust knows how it works. It's just not it's not plot convenient to explain it now, because then we might start doing funny things. Ryoshu quickly shut us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. A mirror dungeon of the fathoms. Let's go. Yes, into the dungeon, and to complete this event.
정리는 끝났어. 다음 정리까지는 좀 잠들고 싶군.
No, fuck you. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're not going to bed until we finish this. No one's going to bed until we're finished. Enter the dungeons! So this is the culprit's fathoms. Jesus fucking Christ, 21 minutes. The time it took for the impact... for you to hit the cobblestones. Was it like 21 seconds? What was that? Isn't it about time you quit that Euro divvy thing, brother? Ah, right, so it was moving incredibly slowly. We barely have enough time to scrape by, wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collector. Doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to. Please. You always wanted to work for T-Corp. Patents agency, didn't you? Right, okay, so now we're moving incredibly slowly like the poor people in this godforsaken terrible place. We're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes... But you don't even know when that moment is. When that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? I mean, it matters in a cosmic way, but of course, this is true. You have to balance you versus your ideals. However, some people go completely off the deep end. Sometimes that's what it takes. However, other times it's a complete waste of fucking time. You spent your entire life trying to make your life better for a moment where your life would have been better, but you're not here to see it. Rather terrible, isn't it? Take the grade 1 inventor certificate exam or something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. There's a pretty hefty prize. There's pretty hefty prize money for receiving the Inventor of the Year award. You know. Did you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Enjoys equal 24 hours? Yes, because we don't get into that stuff. Just imagine for a second, what if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest? Then maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day. Too. Man, these people are... Man, this is a terrible place, isn't it? We kind of established that one, but man, they're really just driving this home, how long it takes for this guy to fucking talk. It'd be funny if this was actually like, say, an anime, because we'd probably be doing like a Haruhi Endless 8 situation, but we have to drag out the scenes, like we have to drag out one episode to 8 episodes because everyone's talking this slow. Just to drive home the point, holy shit, T-Corp is a terrible place, don't come here. I could get a full night's rest and I'd still have the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and an excuse for inaction. Usually how it works. Everywhere in the city is a terrible place, don't come here. Everywhere outside the city is a terrible place, don't come here either. You know what? Just don't come here. Take your escapism somewhere else. If a truck runs you over, pick somewhere else. Isekai somewhere else for your vacation. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have time to take a test, but I have time to sit here with these communists. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. Let's get kidnapped by grape juice is the best ending. Ah, yes, go to sea, catch some shrimp, drink some grape soda. Great time. Get kidnapped by a vending machine, become a fisherman, get shrimp, randomly appear somewhere past them. Yo, randomly appear sometime later. Everything's actually kind of fine. I might do it again. Grape juice. It ends around 2 p.m., alright? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed there. Thus I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this, too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like in the old comic book I used to read. To dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of its way because he doesn't have enough time. Hours already precariously stretch over a day, stretched even further. My brother gave me his last $5 so that I could pass the test, but in doing so, he doomed himself to a horrible death for not having that last $5. Ah! It's all my fault! I see where this is going. You are slowly, so slowly, dying directly in front of me, like the most bloated, overblown, slowest, most dramatic special effects shot you've ever seen in any movie whatsoever. It's actually such a slow car accident that people on the street get bored of looking at it and walk away before the man even hits the ground. It's that boring. People get up and leave the theater because the scene's too long. What a horrible, terrible, insulting fate. Damn this cruel world. Slowly thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can with the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared. Because my life was spent in a rush, because it entirely slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street. My brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next. Won't somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out? Yeah, well, there you go. Yep. All of these people, with all of this time, they want to throw it away. I wish I had more time. If I had more time, maybe my brother wouldn't be dead. That's the whole fucking story. I've sussed it. We've got it. If I had more time, my brother wouldn't be dead. The entire point of this entire thing. Okay. The city. I can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. I hope they captured this little upward flick at the tip of my mustache. It's supposed to look like a bird's wings, yes? It's so tedious waiting for it to be finished. Yawn, still 3 in the afternoon? This is one long shift. When will this tedious busy work end? All this time, all these people with this gluttonous amount of time, and I've got none left! I hate everyone. This city has too many people who will so indifferently kill time. Well, sir, when we have to go to the DMV, you're sitting there waiting whether you like it or not. Sometimes in life we're in lines, and we have to sit there at whatever pace the line moves forward. And we would like to be done and not in the line. But unfortunately, we don't get that choice. Of course we would, if we had the choice. Our time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with all this small-time stuff? I'm just as tired as you are, punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the same time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time, and though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn at disparate rates, as is, how the machine keeps time. Did you know that a balance wheel of a clock, as a side note, creates balance and regulates time by oscillating between extremes? Ain't that funny? I don't know, I randomly watched a watchmaking video on YouTube and made the observation. Clocks keep balance by tilting between extremes, but tilting between extremes isn't balance. Innately. Anyway, back onto the story. My brother is dead and I wish I had more time! Some living 44-hour days, some living 4-hour days. We are not like the Eurodivvy. We know that we must take action. I mean, at some point somebody has to, or nothing's going to fucking happen. So that's what you've turned yourself into? Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours. Our nest. A place for all that have felt the very same pain. Your explanations fail to justify your time killing. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. I'm not killing time. All of you are. Okay, so the personalities are kind of just disassociating from blame. Okay. Well, obviously, no one sane becomes an abnormality, or a distortion, right? You kind of have to go nuts to be in a distortion, so that's unsurprising. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining. They stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day and that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? I mean, okay, so we're literally, it's not like the hours at the end of your life. It's not everywhere and everything at the end of time. It's literally time you didn't want to spend being conscious anyway, so why shouldn't I take it? In some ways, it's voluntary, so he's not entirely wrong. However, at the same time, that's still aggravated assault. So, yeah. Okay, we should still be able to get through this even with this team, since apparently he's weak to pierce damage, and this team does Mostly pierce damage. Time Ripper's Fathoms. You enter the dungeon of the Fathoms. It resembles a T-Corp street. Past the crowds of busy passerby, you notice the glowing vending machine nearby. Why would I need the vending machine this early? With the streets completely devoid of color, the vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly with your heart. It's purple, which that's envy. Follow the light. Why would I need the vending machine this early, though? We're this close to unveiling the truth of the time-killing time. We don't exactly know how this case will end, but we decided to forge on. The brilliance our guiding light. Cost 600 game. Oh, okay. The vending machine is currently the purple of Heathcliff. Ah. I mean, okay, I gained 600 costs. I shouldn't need it. But okay, so that's a difficult encounter, most likely. I'm assuming there's only one level to this dungeon, so let's just kind of slam through it and see what happens. But okay, so blunt, pierce. So it's pierce and blunt. So we'll stick to pierce most likely. So which means we go through here, which is actually both. So and then we'll just kind of keep bouncing around, minimizing the attacks. I mean, we could get an ego gift over there. That may be worthwhile. We could go into the abnormality fights. They probably won't be too bad. Thick rumbling hum. The dispenser's hum fills the air. It knows what we want. We also knows what it wants, but I don't. Oh, right. Okay, so they gave me cost. I can now buy whatever I wanted. Okay, right. Okay, so we're gonna need bleed. So that, yes, please. I will need bleed. Moment of sentencing applies to the 3 and 4 deployed identities. Unopposed slash damage skill deals 10% more damage. Clash when slash deals plus 40% of remaining coins more damage. That would actually be extraordinarily fucking good for Cloudburst and all of Hong Lu's attacks. Let's see a look around here. Stone Tomb is for poise. We're not really doing poise, so we don't really need that. Patrolling Flashlight. Applies only to the first and second deployed identities. At turn start, if the affected identity has a skill that gains or consumes charge count, the identity's skill gains 1 clash power plus holy sh... Well, okay, skill gains clash power plus 1 and deals 10% more damage while that unit has charge barrier. Turn end. If the affected identity does not have charge barrier, apply 2 charge barrier next turn. That actually doubles up with Warp Corp Sang's special effect, so that would be very good to have. I will also grab that. I don't think the lightning rod would have helped us very much though, so we'll do that. So bleed and funny charge. Fine. Okay, so what we want to do is okay, so hold on here. Okay, 1 to second. So Sang has to be second or first. So, does anyone else use charge? I don't think so. That should be fine. The funny sword could have helped Hong Lu over there, but that charge, again, we can basically extend Sang's power further with that. So that actually works.
정리를 시작하겠어.
네,
And it's just this fight.
미피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Wait, wasn't this supposed to be an abnormality fight? What the fuck? Interesting. I shouldn't have to do anything, though, I don't think. That's unopposed and a guard. Yeah, no, that's about it. We could actually use this time to stockpile resources, though. Okay, so we want the gluttony first, I think, because once we build that up, we don't need it anymore. We don't have anything that spends that, so that's good. Okay, this is gonna be... do that, right? The Wrath as well. Right, so we'll start by stacking up on Wrath and Gluttony. Because we need a lot of those, but once we have them, we don't really need them for anything.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Unfortunately, yeah, defenses out of Honglu are actually kind of terrible.
들이 흔들흔들. 기회.
Well, there's the charge barrier, whoop-de-fucking-do. And now, Sang does a shit ton more damage. So yeah, we can kind of just basically start punching people in the face at this point, but okay, so yeah, we're gonna need that pride for this. You'll survive that, even if you're struggling with it. This would murder them immediately, but actually it was gains or consumes charge, I think. It gains or consumes charge, right? Okay, so that just all damage all the time, so we don't need to use Dimensional Rift to get that. Okay, fantastic. I don't think we need Envy other than throwing Ryoshu's egos out, which is funny, but I don't think we're gonna need them since Slash is completely worthless here.
내 피가 배고파했어. 잘 됐다. 그치?
Okay, almost up on the chain there. We don't have a gluttony skill anymore, though. That's kind of annoying. Damn, I wanted those. Okay, so while we could... As long as we're still winning, we could stand not doing as much damage as possible to farm these other resources. This is the point where I hope this build actually gets useful. I hope Don Quixote's chapter has a dungeon, so I can usefully spam resources like this. Because I like this gameplay. It's very nice. I'm building up resources, and then I'm going to start firing nukes at people. Lovely. Okay, so we have pride. There's plenty of... Yeah, there's less pride. We could use more sloth. And lust is always good, because we do have passive for that.
거치적거리지만 마.
The whole thing is, like, get to a point where Don Quixote can just start spamming Blood of Sancho every fucking turn. However, we need pursuance to keep the rest of the team from.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보. 야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Alright, good. Okay, so, resource building is going well. Okay, we could still use the gloom here. However, yeah, there's 2 waves of this, so we should probably somewhat expedite this, but keep those cards, I suppose. Well, actually, that's going to get used. That'll be here next turn. That's going to get used now. The man will be dead. Right, okay, so pride resources. Pride and sloth are vital, but we'll take the gloom there, because we need gloom for pursuance as well. So we need a teeny bit of gloom. Gluttony, I don't think we need any more gluttony after 3. Or after 4, right? So, yeah, 4. Right, I'm not going insane. Don't have anything else to do with that yet, so it's 4. But that's Don Quixote's best attack, so why not use that? However, we could back that up then, and then just take this, since we're doing that, and also get Lust Resonance there. Fantastic! This is kind of a comedy of things, but this is kind of how I wanted to play the game. I don't know if this is going to be super duper meta or even fucking good, but it works!
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Kind of weird how Yi-Sang is not in this chapter a lot, since he do come from Team 1. Maybe the writing team just decided we've already said everything we needed to say, and wow, that guy instantly died. That guy was made into tomato sauce. And Don gets the... Yeah, right. I was hoping that... Good. We almost didn't get that. So good. Fantastic. Okay, so now we have a bunch of passives active now. Wonderful. We self-heal at the start of every combat by 5 HP. Not much is there. We do more damage to people who are weak and fatal to our damage types, which is everyone here for everyone except Honolulu. And then Empty Thought, which, hang on, at turn end, gain 1 haste per charge. Count on self next turn. Max 3, so have charge, gain haste. If this unit's skill consumed charge count, apply 3 charge barrier to 1 ally with the lowest HP. Okay, so that's only on consume. That's the part where I was getting that, right. So when I use Dimensional Rift, someone will get an energy shield, which will be Hong, which we're going to do that. We don't need no more gluttony. Okay, so the Pride resource is also very nice to have as well, and while the Lust would do more damage... Actually, you know what, let's... Oh, what we could do is this. So we could do that, and then we can hop up here. Or rather, what we could do is at that, and then in a chain.
거치적거리지만 마.
Granted, that would make soup better, but we're not really using soup. I'm not spending resources. We're stockpiling! So Hong now has a shield. Fantastic. But yeah, I suppose the thing with Sang's story is, one, we've said a lot, and I don't think the writing team has anything left to say. So they decided to use this time for more Rhodia backstory, which, fair. Funk.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아냐?
Okay, so. Okay, you've got. I suppose you can go consume more charge though, even though this would be better for killing people. But you know, we also have to preserve health as well. Remember that? We need to kind of preserve health. But what we want to do is we want to build up a giant vault of, I have as much pursuance as I require and everything else. So we want to activate our passives, and then we want to, stockpile for ego so we don't have to interfere with the passives. Again, I like this sort of research management, but the game wasn't like this when it came out as well. We had to work up to this. Okay, we need... Okay, so we're gonna do that just to get resonance, and then get the wrath because we need the wrath. Okay, and then we've got pride. Let's get this one.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 끝이지.
My team has no slots, so they just never can use Zhang's skill. Unfortunate, yeah, but Crow's Eye is very spammable, but you have to build around actually being able to power it. Because it's something that you want, and you want that shit every turn. Dawn's 3 card gets stronger if she's over 10 speed, but that's not really all that likely even with Crow's Eye. So I still gotta work around getting that to work. You can take a hit. It's a lot of fucking tremor, though.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Right, I want those two. Well, wait, wasn't this supposed to be an abnormality battle? Oh, right, the boss. Right, you. Right, you're the abnormality. Okay, so. Sanguine Desire Spammer in here. Wrath in all my team. Don Quixote. Yes, Don Quixote. I am practicing for Chapter 7, and thus I am developing a team build to use base Don for the entire chapter. This is the one thing that I will do. Well, this is the one time I will do this. Okay, so we've got plenty of Wrath as well, but again, we're gonna need a lot of Pride. So can we get Resonant? No, we can't. Okay, so we'll grab this to get Resonance. Okay, I don't need Gluttony, but this is Don's literally best attack, so might as well throw that shit out there. Resonance, fantastic. And Then we proceed all the way to grab those Wrath cards, because we still don't have Heathcliff's passive, but we will have it at the end of this turn. And he may not make it to the end of this turn, though. She will do it again. Okay, no, he's gonna survive, but he's staggered at the end of this turn, so it don't matter.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, good. Fucking fourth match flame. Not like I'm going to use that, but that's there. Alright, good. So now we have Heathcliff's passive, which means that the ally with the highest speed deals 10% pierce damage. We would like this to be Dawn, however I can't assure this. It might actually wind up being Sang, though, because Sang also does pierce damage. So that's in the mix there. Getting use out of our Heathcliff's passives instead of just using him to spam dungeons. I know, shocking concept. But he'll actually he'll probably kill him because he's doing more damage now. Okay, Pride, we're grabbing as much resource and then we're leaving the building. Yeah, Lust, we're gonna need a lot of that anyway. We're just grabbing everything we need and we're leaving the building. I don't even think we're gonna need the bonus damage. Like, based on ego, I mean, it's okay. You have to really spam it to get anything, but the idea is that Dawn spamming Blood of Sancho, and then thus basically assuring that the enemy is going to have oh, good. Has +2 pierce attack skills, gain +1 pierce, yeah, great, fantastic. Hey, look, pierce damage for pierce damage. But the thing is, Dawn spamming Blood of Sancho and thus inflicting a shit ton of bleed on the enemy plays well with Kurakumo Ryoshu, who, when activating Lust Resonance, will do more damage to targets that have bleed. This also plays well with Kurakumo Honglu, who, when you also get Lust Resonance, you will do more bleed on your last attack. So, the idea is not to have an insane amount of bleed present on the enemy, but just so there's a little amount of it, little amounts of it on literally everyone, so you can always proc extra damage. Plus, Don Quixote also self-heals against targets with bleed with the Blood of Sancho's passive, if I remember correctly. So it's a lot. I'm trying to utilize Dawn's strength to do something. I'm not sure if it's good, though. I am attempting to use Base John's strengths effectively. I have no idea if I'm going to actually do it right, though. So we could go down there, but let's see what these encounters are like. What do you think about Blank? Wait, who's Blank? Who is Blank? What were we doing for the entirety of Chapter 6? Why were we wandering around Luigi's mansion the entire time? Why the fuck were we here? Who is this Blank person? You see a victim of the Time Ripper. You can't even touch them thanks to the spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon, which is they're moving so slow you can put your fucking hands through them. If we're like what? We're going back to Clock Stopper's logic, where your atoms are moving around either faster or slower. I don't know. Is there anything you can do to help? Well, the game can tell us. Sloth, Gluttony, Pride advantage check. Sloth, Gluttony, Pride. Actually, we have a few of those. Has to gain a keywordless ego gift. I think we have a few of those. Who will speak? Okay, 5 to 15. 5 to 15. 8 to 14. So that's a little higher. 5 to 13. Okay, so... Actually, yeah, so... Okay, 5 to 13. That's the lowest we can get. It has to be perfect. But they're at 45 sanity anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. So that's the tightest thresholds. Alright, so... Bane Salt. Bane Salt does it! Not that it really mattered, because 45 sanity means you're probably gonna win these. You've done everything you could, but none of it yielded a meaningful result. They can't move, and you can't physically touch them. But you find a suspicious-looking receipt from under the victim's foot. This might be a clue. Prepaid time receipt.
지능자께서 성공을 명하셨으므로
Deal plus 5. Jesus fucking Christ. Deal 5 plus 2 times 2.5 times speed difference % more damage against faster enemies. Against faster enemies with plus 2 speed difference max 15. Turn end. If an ally dealt damage with an attack skill, not counting ego skills. Oh man! This turn against faster enemies with plus 2 speed difference, inflict 2 bind and 1 power down to the enemy next turn, once per turn. Okay, we're fucking doing the arithmetic here, but that's gonna be an ego that randomly gets activated. End of story. Okay, on to a Pierce fight. I suppose what we'll do is we'll just kind of... So yeah, so this is gonna be slow going, but... So... Get all the ego gifts and head in.
예리한 검으로 하는 예술이 보고 싶었나?
Oh, Christ, it's you, fucker. Oh, no. Ah, it's you fuckers again. Okay, so... Well, we have a bonus to pierce damage now, so... We'll throw that out there. Let's see here. My resources are... Actually, I don't think... I had more resources than this, but I believe they get reduced per battle. So we need to keep building up them resources. So that we're not going to do. Okay, favored. Dominating. Favored. Let's see here. Actually, wait a minute. That's good. So we get resonance out of this. And then, yeah, we need more wrath to activate the wrath passives. Son of a bit. All right, we're gonna need excessive amounts, but we'll manage. Yep, there we go.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Don, however, get clocked in the face though. That's not good.
그래서 카론이
Don has a shield though, so that's good. But Don, please refrain from dying. You're kind of important to this entire team. Please don't do that. Good. Nobody's attacking Don, so good. We can get out of this. Okay, we need those. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Okay, so if we don't claw up the wrath or gluttony, we're gonna have an issue. Oh, this is gonna be such a mess. Because we're gonna have to keep pace with that decay. Okay. At least we don't need... We do not need lust. The time has been killed. We'd like more time for Don Quixote, please. I need to perfect this build. Oh, hey, look, we actually tripped that. How about that? Did I really know how to use that? No, not really. Okay, we're doing okay.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, so I need... Okay, we also have to keep up with the gloom, too. Son of a bitch, this is gonna be a bastard. Right, so this is good. This is the first time I'm actually really testing this outside of a mirror dungeon, so good. We're gonna need to do this, but I need to actually keep track of it. So we need a little bit... We need a lot of a lot of gluttony. We'll just get a lot of the resources that we need the least of. We have enough to pop a pursuance now, if we need it. Also, make sure we get Pride. And there we go. Satisfy resource intake demands. And then also attack at maximum, force there. Really, all this team needs to excel is to get, to do everything they can do. It's just to get 3 lust. That's it.
뭐같이 한 저항일 뿐이다.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
He healed, but he's the only one with full fucking health. So good luck. Nice move, Skid. Okay, so have that, and then keep on top of it. Get 10 lust up there, or 10 pride rather. We're gonna need that wrath because that's gonna be draining real fucking quick. Envy. We don't really need envy at all.
거치적거리지만 마.
Man, that's a lot of status effects. Look at all them up and down arrows. Look at all them numbers.
2단을 정화했다.
Hulk. Okay, that's good. Don getting cracked in the face was not part of the plan, but good. Okay, so if we keep this up, we're probably going to need to heal at some point, but let's try to have Don not fucking drop dead until then, right?
내가 나설 차례인가?
We may have to pop off pursuance, but it looks like we can probably get away with doing that once.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Okay. Okay, so let's see here. So it looks like Don would get it, and then Ryoshu would get it. But I don't think we need to emergency pop it unless we are gonna have a serious issue. Unless we're gonna fuck up and lose a clash and someone's gonna get cracked upside the head, I don't think we need to deploy it too quickly. Okay, get those Wrath passives, because I need that extra pierce damage. Keep this going, because we get enough gluttony cards. Rhodia, you idiot!
끝이.
Okay.
그래서 카론이 안전벨트
That's
잘하라고
not good.
했잖아.
Okay, is someone... They are, and I can't really control it here, so okay. Alright. I can only use one, huh? Right. See, actually, we'll use more salts. Because Rhodia could also potentially use a heal, but it looks like it's Don and, obviously, Honglu that's gonna need it. And I guess now we're just gonna kill people. That would probably, even though we don't necessarily have too much charge here, that'll still kill people, though. That's not good, but hopefully she can tank a shot with a... Ah! That's also terrible. What do we got? Gluttony, 1 envy. I mean, we've got enough envy to do that. I think we can bleed that. That's better than taking more health damage that we don't really have. We kind of want to avoid being put in a spot. That's the whole reason I'm using Pursuance right now. We want to avoid being put into a spot.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
The envy's kind of just there as a bonus anyway, so why not? It does basically no damage, but it's better than losing a clash and taking damage.
넌 반드시 부서진다.
Bap.
생각대로 되었어.
He's at least staggered by this. It's not going to do optimal damage, but staggered. Okay, good. He's doing good.
한방 먹였어.
So Sang is benefiting from Otis's passive and Heathcliff's passive there to just do more damage. More damage. Good. Okay, very good. Okay, so now that we have control of the situation again, we can start thinking about stockpiling more resources. Hooray! And Don gets 2 for justices. That's actually really good. Hong, who just got healed, is put into a position again. I wish I could stop that, but apparently I can't. I'm apparently, well, you know what, just defend, hopefully. But then again, you don't have, it's better than nothing. He's not gonna win. He can't win with just that. So if he rolls, I guess we'll just deal with it then. Hello again. Hello, 30. I'm still here. I'm finishing the damn event today. Okay, so we need more sloth. Sloth resonance. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Also, I wanted to select that one, not the other one. Come on now. That's better than nothing? Okay, good. He's not dead. Good. Okay, good. The shield 8 ult.
이단을 정화했다.
I really need to actually level up Hong Lu to level 45. He's 38. He's doing amazingly well for 38, but he's still under the gun there. We don't like that. Struggle. Great. Defend. Just hard defend there. Okay, so we've got enough gluttony, I think, to survive the down tick here. We're forced to take it here anyway, so oh well. Okay, the Wrath we're gonna need to keep up on. The Pride's probably gonna get a little low, but hopefully we'll get another turn to farm more resources out of this.
거치적거리지만 마.
But then again, I got 2 Wrath there from the counter, so there's that. Haha! I'm pulling resources out of the cushions on the couch. We're penny diving here.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, take some gloom, even though that will totally kill that guy's dead. That guy has 3 fucking hit points. The bleed will kill him. We'll get the resources, but the bleed will kill that man. Let's see here. Or less. We want... No, Sloth and Pride are okay. I want more Pride. I've been ignoring Pride this entire time.
참여하게 되리라.
So unfortunately, Don is usually not the fastest one, but in this situation, Sang is actually benefiting from 2 passives that are increasing his damage. So that's very good. Okay, and we also came out of that with more health than we went in with, kind of. Probably, hopefully. Okay, so let's deal with this. Because who wouldn't want more ego gifts, really? The last one wasn't too bad. Knock on wood. Oh, it's just you fuckers again. Okay. Oh, and now, okay, now you're actually an abnormality battle. Ah. Okay, so you'll slide in behind that. Okay, we'll try and... We've got enough gluttony, but we're gonna have to watch that. Though, we will be able to get Resonance, and this is a better attack to throw in a Clash as well. We'll get resonance with Ryoshu rather than having to waste Don Quixote's best attack. Oppose neutral, he's too fast. That's Ryoshu, but well, you're getting that card, and that's giving us more damage. Dominating, neutral. What can I do? Favored versus struggle. Okay, well, that's good enough. Okay.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
That's bad. Please do not do that. Very bad.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
Okay, good. Okay, we're still not high enough on the RAF in order to really unopposed, struggling. Well, no. Okay, so that goes in there because I need that RAF card for the passives. Let's see here. Favored, what about this one that's struggling? Okay, Pride it is. We needed Pride anyway. Okay, unopposed. Let's see here. Dimensional Rift, also unopposed. This is a problem. Okay, so Don has to shoot that. That's struggling, but you know what? What we'll do is we'll throw out Blood of Sancho and activate that passive, which allows Don to self-heal for the entire battle. That's sufficient. Neutral and hopeless. So neutral it is. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody to grab that. Although, that's on a yeah, it's 7. We don't have that, but no. That, sirs, is a 7. We cannot actually do nothing about that. Okay, well, we can throw that out, so that's a little better. But what I could do... Well, then again, she wouldn't be attacking, so that's not that big of a deal. However, giving Don Quixote more... Well, actually, Don Quixote's not really attacking either. Okay, so Lost Resonance here wouldn't help us that much. That's sufficient. Well.
승객이 콩 한 방 먹였어.
끝. 검을 덜 갈았었나?
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Good!
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Very good. Okay, we're gonna need a lot more pride because we're running. The tanks are running low on that. Okay, gluttony. Right. Okay, so at all costs, we're gonna need this card. Envy. Envy. We really don't need any. Okay. Energy cycle would be okay, I suppose, to make sure that we have, and then we just ignore gluttony for the rest of this fight. That's favored. That's struggling. Okay, so she needs that for her card. That's fine, though. She'll probably be okay with that, and if she wins, she self-heals too, so that's great. Let's see here. I guess we want to use Cloud Burst too. Okay, that should be sufficient.
거치적거리지만 마.
Oh, and she gets more damage. Fun.
끝이.
신식의
Good. Dead. Oh, that's terrible. Damn it, Don! Alright, we'll play it safe, I guess, for next time. If you're not going to instantly win, do not do
이기는
that shit.
편, 우리 편.
That's not good. Alright, well, we'll hold it for the next battle, I guess, because we're gonna have enough here, but we're gonna need this pride resource. Okay, so where's that going? It's going to Han, who I don't think I have. Actually, no. It's still unopposed. Nope, nope, unopposed. So Han has to fight that and deal with it. Okay, 2 attacks should be sufficient to kill that man. Okay, that's good.
거치적거리지만 마.
Good. Thankfully, that was only one fucking coin.
죽음으로 참여하라.
야호. 이기는 편.
Okay,
우리
so
편.
Don's not in a happy place, but, well, that's great. We can't let that happen, though. That's lovely. It's not going to happen. Though, granted, I could potentially, like, I can't go forward with that, but I could defense maneuver that to kind of... She could do that, though she'd have to actually win the... She could die here. It'd be really funny if she didn't, though. She needs to hit both of those coins. Then again, they've got such tremendous deep. You know what we'll do? She'll actually be able to steal back a little bit of health from this. So if she does this, she'll actually get a little bit more health. Because she does have the self-healing active. I'm fairly certain she will self-heal from this. She does. And he killed himself. Funny. Okay, that's great. That was actually the best outcome. He accidentally killed himself. He killed himself due to status effects, and Don Quixote healed. Wonderful. Combat start. If all enemies or abnormality parts have burn or unique burn, inflict 2 burn potency to all enemies or abnormality parts. Okay, so we could potentially use fire force for the flames, or like fourth match flame out of Sang. I think I have that equipped. That we could sell it too. That's not really part of the build, but we could sell that. Time Ripper's Feather. Just another busy watch factory. A man in shiny dress shoes and a clean set of suit. Clearly the factory owner is shouting at his employees in dirty, oil-gunked work clothes. Something seems to catch his eye, causing him to glare at one of the employees and scream with anger. The employee, who is already occupied with his work, gets flustered and tries to say something, but it takes him ages to even open his mouth. The owner pulls out a recorder in a frustrated attempt to communicate, but it doesn't help. I just checked the security camera. You've been napping for 2 whole hours. Explain yourself. Can't you speak any faster, man? Maybe there's something around here to resolve this situation. Take a general sweeping look around the thing. Gluttony, pride, advantage check. Pass to gain a tremor, ego gift. That won't really help us. Pass to gain a... That's the same thing! I guess this is an either or, so we'll take option 1 then, because it's gluttony... Oh, right. Gluttony, gloom, and sloth. Gluttony and pride we have more of. Take a general sweeping look around the factory. We have more of that than gloom. Though granted, Sang would be totally fine here as well. 515, 814, 513. These are the same numbers as before. Same deal, different colors. So we'll have Mersault do it again. Go, Bane Salt. Bane Salt does it. After looking around and thinking for a moment, as Mersault would do, Mersault noticed that the factory's machine was running at high speed. Mersault says that 2 hours of sleep might bring undue burden on other employees, and may even have negative effects on the factory's production lines. You have a keen eye for problems. Did you all hear that? Stop making excuses and get back to work. The factory owner glares at the employee who was slowly descending the stairs before handing something over to us. I was going to give this out as a reward for good performance to an employee of mine, but I don't suppose I shall now. Here, you can have this. Silver watch case earned.
쥐는 자께서 성공을 명하셨으므로
When dealing damage to an enemy with attack skills, not counting ego skills, and inflict tremor potency, count, or unique tremor, deal 10% more damage. If the skill triggered tremor burst on the enemy for the first time this turn, inflict 2 tremor count next turn. Okay, that we can kind of Mersault can kind of use that, but that might actually be self-honor. Okay, so our resources are actually running pretty shitty, and we're gonna have to actually drag out the next fight. So, they're both blunt anyway. So they're both actually off to, we're gonna take the easier fight. We're gonna ignore that last ego gift. Though it would be good, we're gonna have to walk that off. This will probably be easier to handle. And we're gonna have to well, we could save the resources as the vending machine is literally right over there.
늦으면
Oh, it's just these
내가
shuffle
먼저
flops
갈
again.
거야.
Fantastic. But we're gonna have to pop pursuance here to heal Don Quixote. So this is happening no matter what. Everyone else should be, with this, we should be able to just kind of, we should be able to buy energy drinks for people at the vending machine and everything should be fine. We're also low on gluttony here. That's just terrible. My god. Okay, get all of that, then grab that. At least we're not gonna lose a fucking engagement here. Although, okay, that's done. Good.
정화.
That's not very good for the first turn, but it helps. Actually, the second. Wow, that'll proc on the second hit. Interesting. I didn't notice that. I thought it was invalid for the entire attack. No. I thought if it didn't proc for the first attack, it wouldn't proc at all, but actually, no, it will.
넌 반드시
It'll proc on the second swing of an attack. Ow, though, and that's blunt as well. That's actually good to use against these fuckers.
대단히 휘청거리는군.
Granted, that was a lot of resources that I'd kind of like to have back right now. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Okay, there's that. Man, yeah, this is gonna be kind of sketchy.
거치적거리지만 마.
Maybe I should have taken a harder fight here, but they were both off damage type.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, so the gloom, just one gloom isn't gonna be enough anyway. That'll get eaten before we move into the next notes. That's not really worth holding on to that shit. It won't last. Let's see here. Lust is at an all-time high, and that's just fantastic. However, what I'm going to do is we're not getting, well, I can't get any wrath either, or rather, I need more wrath. I need the pride too. I need the pride more than the wrath. Though granted, doing that this time would actually be kind of an okay. Like, we'll survive another turn, I think. Actually, no. I need more attacks out of. Yeah, one's not. Well, one will offset it. We need a lot more pride. Though.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
However, I also need Hong Lu not to fuck up and lose health.
침묵하라.
생각대로 되었어. 생각대로 되었어.
꽤 잘 갈렸고.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, they're all dead. So what we'll do is, since you don't matter, we're gonna farm these resources. Don also doesn't really matter all that much, so we'll have to dodge there. We need pride, actually. Pride and sloth, so we'll let those attacks through. And then wrath, because we need that as well.
참여하게 되리라.
We're not even gonna really get half of that shit, but... Actually, we got half of that shit. We got exactly half of that shit. Way to go, team. We're still gonna be a bit down on resources going into the boss fight, but we'll have enough to be able to pull up what we need when we need it. Okay, good. We walk into the vending machine. I think I'm gonna buff the bleed. Yes. Okay, so late bloomer's tattoo, grinder, grimy iron stake. When hitting an enemy using a single coin and skill, inflict 1 bleed potency. Inflict 2 defense level down until the end of the next turn. If the target already has bleed or unique bleed, inflict 3 bleed potency instead. That would be very good for Don, since Don has a bunch of one coin attacks. Interesting. And defense level down would be great, and bleed potency would also be very good. So what if we just grab that? Late bloomer's tattoo. When hitting an enemy with a single coin skill or pride affinity skill, gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level. That would also be good, but that would be all of our fucking money. We kind of don't want that, but I can sell a bunch of gifts that I don't need. Like, for example, this. We could just let this go. I'm not going to use that. Okay, that has its uses. This also can just go. This is also kind of okay. Since speed difference, but I highly, well, it depends. The enemy's fat, well, if the boss will be faster than us, so that might be a good thing to have on hand. Okay, so do I want that, or do I want to upgrade the stuff that, I think we want to upgrade the stuff that we have already. How much? It would take 100. I kind of want everybody to be healed, so we're gonna be safe about this. That's good enough. Do we have anything else that I want to get rid of? No, I think we're using basically everything. I want to upgrade this. Or really anything. When inflicting bleed potency or... Oh, wait a minute. Hey, that does that. Rusty cutting implements. Bleed. Inflict against non-staggered enemies. Inflict 1 bleed potency and +1 bleed count. The affinity use was lust, which we have a lot of. Yes, inflict 3 bleed potency and 1 bleed count instead. So that means 6. That means 6 bleed potency. Good gracious. Okay, that act. We'll have upgrades for those. This might be a funny build. The dense quietness. Take a rest. Enhance the gifts. Actually, I can't put that. Okay, so we're just doing this, though. What does that do? Okay, effects to the 4th deployed identity. I'd have to check. So, deployed number 4. But then again, that would be Ryoshu, I believe. She's saying, yeah, no, that's Ryoshu. And Ryoshu is using mostly Pierce. That's fine. Okay, 2 Pierce damage up. That is good, but okay, so what can we get here? Inflict 2 bleed potency and +1 bleed. Actually, I think we could probably upgrade them both. We can. Okay, so what will we... that's too expensive. It would be nice, but no. So, yeah, actually, we just do them both. What about this? Actually, we can upgrade all 3 of them. Okay, 15% more damage while that unit has charge bearer. Very nice. And 3. Okay, that extends to number 3. That's not that big of a buff, but hey, okay then. Wonderful. Hey, look, Pierce lost. Hey, great. That's actually, I have that. I have that in spades, actually.
정리를 시작하겠어.
늦으면 내 피랑 먼저
I guess the
갈
story is
거야.
after we kill him. Alright, so what's the passives? Okay, panic type, okay. Have 1,000 stolen time, right, at the end of kind of card broken. Okay, so is it the same thing? Okay, so 1,000, so we have to get him down under 200 plus time. Good. Okay, what do you have? Inflict bleed. If the target has 5 plus bleed, clash power 1. Okay, so they do lots of bleed. So yeah, don't get hit by those. Got it. Okay, there's no passive defining any of that, so I suppose what we should do is make sure this attack is getting clashed somehow. That's unopposed, actually. Actually, that's unclashable. Shit. All right, so that's going towards Honglu. Honglu's gonna have to eat that. So we'll defend that, and then I guess everybody else will go start swinging at everything else. Okay, we've got. I don't have enough lust to have Greg's passive on too. This is gonna be a little touchy. We're gonna have to work a little bit, but we'll be fine the moment this goes off. Actually, that's lust. That's still fine. Although, yeah, no, I can't clash with that, so it don't matter. Okay, that's fine. That has the advantage. That will probably hit. Although, now, what? That Zealous Purge. Haste next turn. Bleed. So if we go into here and poke him with the stick, we might actually be. We'll actually take one bleed. Ah. And I will hit him with Nails, Paralyze. Inflict bleed. Target has nails. Inflict nails. That's more nails. So give nails. Okay, so let's see how this will work out.
정화.
끝이.
Good lord, that's 20%. If we get that's 20%, and they're also weak to that. We could also potentially put Keith's passive on top of that. Oh boy.
늦으면 내 피랑
Everyone
먼저
gets a
갈 거야.
shield! Oh, alright, I guess I redirected it. It's not that it was unblockable, it wasn't. Ah, okay. Okay, so we get a difference because they're. Okay, we get an advantage here because they're faster than us, so that's good. Okay, so these kind of suck, so that's not that big of a deal. Okay, can we get away with? Actually, yes, we can. Use that on that, since I don't think I have better cards. Okay, so... That's unopposed. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna have to figure that one out, since that's 7, and it's going for Rodion no matter what. So what does Rodion have for a response for that? Actually, she can clash with that. That's wonderful. Okay, can anybody get over here to get that? I think Phontomen can. Okay, that's good. That's good. There's just this attack, which... Actually, what I'm going to do is that won't really work out. This is gonna be kind of absolutely terrible, but... Wrath. Are we doing... No, we can't. I'd like to get that additional bonus, but Ryoshi wouldn't be doing very much damage either. You know what we should do? Before we get into any of that shit. Let's go into that one. What we should do is activate that passive so we have that passive. These debuffs work better. We're gonna lose some passives though with this, but might as well. I'm gonna hurl it at a completely worthless enemy, just so that's out there.
재미는 없겠지만
Not a great use of
그렇게
resources,
할게요.
but getting as much damage as we possibly can, you know. And, well, at least he has a shield now. We're getting use out of that fucking shield. We don't need pursuance right now anyway, so we can just concentrate on doing damage.
정의는 승리한다.
Unfortunately, none of those passives actually apply to egos, but they do apply to ego gifts. Rhodia, please stop fucking that up. Well, good. The shield and everything else absorb that. That's wonderful.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요.
Jesus Christ, we're sorry. Burn too? Okay, maybe these guys aren't worthless. Maybe it's better I got them out of the way as fast as possible.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
Well, it staggered him. Just good enough there.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
Okay, good. Nobody took really critical damage there. Wonderful. Okay, so what do we need here? Okay, good. Dimensional Rift is actually go. Grab that. So he's got 10 charge. It's not at 15, but 10's good enough. If we're gonna use the Poke Stick, well, actually, we could just use this. I think this would favor. What about this? Favor 11, 11, and then actually, this is slightly better point on. So yeah, throw that out there. And then who else has a good attack? I think that's one of Ryoshi's better attacks. So hopefully we'll get a kill over here. Okay, you're dodging, so that's good. That's a good attack to throw in there, so I guess go over here. Neither of those will kill, but we should be in a pretty good position.
출진이다.
Oh well, the bleed will kill that.
뭔지 아는 것부터가 시작이 됐어. 방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보.
Okay, we're doing fine here, though our passives are out, so we're gonna need another attack in there. That's a scary one. We'll see if we can get through to that. Might have to throw an ego at that, although... actually can throw an ego at that with no problems. Okay, the moment somebody clashes with this, they're dead, so that's good. Okay, we're not getting less resonance out of this turn, that's kind of just okay. Where Where is that going? That's going to Result. That's good. That actually may result in a kill. However, unfortunately, yeah, we've got other problems. Yeah, no. Yeah, Don is needed up at the front. So, that's that, that's that, that's that, and then what of this card? That's pretty terrible, so I guess what we'll have to do is kind of just throw caution to the wind here and hurl this out since we don't need pursuance yet. Have Rhodia throw her base ego in there just because, flip coin. Win clash. Head empty, win clash.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
Literally just to win the clash, it also does some bleed. I guess we're beating the bleed damage out of him too, which is funny. That did fucking nothing, but it was for the speed advantage next turn. Ah! Bloody hell, this is really getting on my nerves. Oh, there was a scripted encounter. Okay. Quit hiding us, yeah? Give us a proper view. Damn it, I hope that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. Though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Ripper's head, or if it was truly the voice of the many. We did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Ripper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... Oh. The mastermind! Okay.
알쏭달쏭해. 뭐가 나올지
That may
모르겠어.
complicate things. Boy, I want to kill literally everyone in this room right now. It also interrupted all of the attacks that were going to kill these guys. That was rather unfortunate, but hey, I think we got a free turn out of that. I think. Okay, this is gonna be very odd. He's got 2 fucking dodges, though, which is interesting. Yeah, that's not good. That's just... Well, at least we have a speed advantage, a massive one. All of those attacks are going for Ryoshu. Oh, yeah, those are... Also, hey. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, those are parts, and those are hit points. Wait a moment. What do you mean, expansion of the UI? Well, Don has her best attack here. Is that really gonna not do anything? No. Shit. Wait a minute. Negative 75 to consume shared time to gain 1 protection once per turn. Okay. Unclashable. I see. Okay, I can get him to... he will be more protected, but I will get him to... we're not doing much damage anyway. We're gonna have to... that's to get him to consume time. Okay. We want to win that. We want to win that at all fucking costs. So we will. That's that. I don't know anything about that one, though. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. I may have to just start throwing egos at this and see what happens. That is unopposed, though, so I don't think we actually have to go that far. Okay, so if I were to... Okay. If the target used... Okay, that's just the same attack as before. Okay. Right, okay. So that's just the same... Okay, so we want to win this, but we don't have to send... Right. We can survive this. And also, he's gonna get a shield at combat start. Right? No, he's not. He'll get a shield for attacking, which will absorb the damage. Good. As long as he uses a skill that gains or consumes charge, he will get that shield. This will win the clash, even if it's a mediocre attack. All those passives are running out the window, now that I'm spending money willy-nilly. That's rather unfortunate. However, solve the problem first, figure out everything later, I guess. All I have to do is clash with this fucker. So, what do we want more? I think we want more. The lust is draining out the out the door there, but we're getting a little bit more, I suppose. We need more pride. Oh Christ. Well. Okay, who can? Okay, that'll actually make sure he dies. Actually, no. All he has to do is hit us once, and he's dead. I don't need the clashing power. I just have to hit him once. All we have to do is clash once, and he will explode violently. Okay, how many points does that have? 2? No, that'll do. Okay.
거치적거리지만 마.
And he's dead. Good. Dead. This is gonna be a bitch to grind properly. I'll learn the mechanics off screen, though. Yeah, that did absolutely fucking nothing. That was just to win the clash. Good day, sir. I didn't flick bleed, though. That did, in fact, do something of some kind of aid.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Man, I'd love it if my egos, which are doing damage that the enemy is weak to, would actually do something of value. That would be great. Imagine, what a world. What a world would we live in if egos that were actually doing proper damage actually did proper damage. Unfortunately, that charge barrier did not come in fast enough. Dang. 8. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. At least I have the thing that gives me a bonus for that. Good lord. Okay. So how's everybody doing here? Result's a little not so great, but... Okay, so how many attacks are we gonna have to dodge this time? Actually, most of them are going... Nah, that's a problem. Okay. Okay, which one sucks the least? Okay, that one, the first one. I will try and intercept that one, but he has to take this one because I can't maneuver. And he's got the shield this turn, so we're good. So he can snap that one up. This one, I can't do anything about. And we're also not getting our passives here, so we really need that one. Okay, we only need one. Really? It's that fucking bad? Good lord, if I only had the speed. Okay, so... Okay, that one, that one. We want to stop that one, thank you. This back one, though, also problem, but Don has a shield, should be able to survive it. Okay, I really need this card. However, unfortunately, this means that we're going to have some problems here because, we can't really do anything. We could use the cards, but unfortunately, the fastest people are not fast enough. However, we should be able to come back on top of this. Yeah, just please kill that guy. Do me a favor. The whole party's going to get hit over the head. There's really nothing we can do about it. We're all gonna get hit by multiple attacks, and there's really nothing we can do about it. Just make sure that guy dies, please. These are all kind of mediocre attacks anyway, so we're just gonna make sure that guy is fucking dead the end. I may need a pursuance pop after this one. Unfortunately, we've lost all of the resources to do that at the worst time. However, the shield... Yeah, okay, the shield helps. Right, the shield is... The fucking shield power is what's gonna save us here. Good. Because we're gonna have to eat those attacks, and we've got the shield to eat those attacks. Wonderful. Holy shit, actual damage. Whoa. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. But I've got the card now, and that means we'll do extra damage with Pierce. We kind of needed that passive. This is a lot of resource management. I'm also doing a very terrible job at it. Because I'm really throwing egos out to make sure we're clashing properly. They still didn't kill that. Wait, no, we're good. Good. That was all three of them were actually necessary to remove that guy from the board. Fantastic.
잘 됐다.
Okay, how far are we from a pursuance? Okay, we're gonna need more everything? We're gonna need more everything. Can we get more everything? Good that we actually have a speed advantage on him, though. What's the worst attack at it? Well, there's two of them. That's gonna have to come in behind something. So, that one. Man, look at all these terrible dice. That one actually works, though. Okay, that's good. Now we have to deal with this one little issue of the worst attack to the man has. Okay, hang on here. On use. On... Okay, yeah, it gives a shit ton of bleed if we let that through. However, what we could do... We could attempt to eat it to see if that will actually result in anything good. Because Result has the health, he won't get staggered.
거치적거리지만 마.
Did all that work to maintain resources, and then I didn't have any by the time the fight showed up. Typical me, I guess. Then again, I did have it, I just wasted it all getting here. At least he has no time left. Yep. Good.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
Okay, so actually, he's... One of those is staggered. Not all of them, though. What do we need here? We need more pride and more slaughter. Can we get more? I think we can. That's good. That's favored. That's fine. Actually, those are dominating, so we should probably throw those out of there. Best chance there. We don't. Favored. Dominating. That's good. I don't. Most of the other attacks kind of suck, so there's nothing really we can do with that one. What about this one? No, that's hopeless. Throw that over there. We're probably going to need it down there. And then what about this one? Neutral. Okay. Result, go nuts.
참여하게 되리라.
Guys, you're supposed to win. Guys, you're supposed to win and dominate it. Come on now. When it says dominate it, you're supposed to fucking win. Damn it. Also, I didn't notice how little health Ryoshu had. There's where the pursuance should have been. It wasn't there. Huh. Tisk, irritating little pit. Boy, remember what you said earlier? Might be time to put that to use. But, I'm sorry, doesn't that use too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Gosh, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Think of how much time you will save by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together.
땅이 떨리고 있어.
That's not good.
발음도
I don't
흔들흔들.
like that. Mersault now has pursuance, but we're also down one attack. Can we just punch it directly in the dick? That's unclashable. That's great. Also, it's going to Sang. Well, actually, well, Sang. Can you punch it? No, we can't. That would not even win anyway. Well, Sang, what we're going to do is I'm gonna have you attack, and then you're getting a shield. And then if you survive, you will have pursuance. It'll be great, I promise. That's the lowest damage part. So let's try and dump damage into that area. Just kind of swing at that. Just poke at it. See what happens. You'll probably be okay. Okay, you know what? That'll probably assure it. Pursuance and Dawn will probably assure a kill. Or at least a break on that part, which is great. And we'll just double up on this part. This is gonna be not so great, and I guess since I lost Ryoshu, I guess I can abandon relying entirely on Lust Resonance, because I kind of don't need it anymore. That didn't actually, it didn't proc the shield, didn't get to use it in time. Ow. Oh, right, that doesn't do anything to us because we're invulnerable to that. No, this doesn't make sense. That had to work. More tricks, is it? Boy, wait up. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 from me? You only took 2 from that side. We will settle that as soon as we deal with the present threat. Focus on the battle for now. Deal with this present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? The fight's been going on for too bloody long. Yeah, it's almost 4 in the morning, guys. I understand. That is why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... Nope, I ain't giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time, when the numbers didn't evenly divide by 12. Shut up about the last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtractions. Oh no, the communists are arguing with each other. Oh no, oh no. Oi, what the hell was that? Who said that? Is it the new one, isn't it? They're starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You're saying that now's our chance, right? I'd hope so, because we don't have any... I don't really have a lot of options left. And thus some brains were considered more equal than others. Wasn't this the point of Animal Farm? Okay, just hit him a lot. Hit him a lot? Hit him a lot. Good. Okay, we're good. Yeah, you don't have anything else, so we're just gonna throw attacks in there. I could throw Rosary out there to be cute, but we're just gonna keep doing it. Just keep going.
정화.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
Well, he's losing all of his fucking debuffs because, hey, he has 5 protection and I gave him -10.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
We're winning in the numbers! Not really, though. Okay, so what are we doing with here? That is not staggerable. That's low on hit points there. Who else next? Okay, so it's this one and this one I'm gonna focus on. Okay. Yeah, that's terrible. absolutely awful, awful math. I hate it. Yeah, I can't get an attack in edgewise, so you know what? We're just gonna counter that. And you know what? Fuck it. Since we're kind of out of options here, I'm just throwing out Rosary. Fine, whatever. You'll get debuffs, it'll kind of help, sorta. This is kind of where everything kind of falls apart for me, because this is kind of where I just go back to what I was usually doing, which was winning Clash at all costs. And then it's just about building up resources as high as possible, and not about doing anything else. This is where all the finesse goes out of the window.
이 정도까지만 옥지어줄게요.
침묵하라.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
Okay, he has also, actually, we want to, he has 54 bleeds of turn. We want to add more bleed onto that, please. More bleed, please. Okay, that has 3 hit points, which even if this does abysmally low damage, it will get. Okay, that's possible to intercept. Okay, so these are all awful. They're all going for, well, we can stop one of those. Neutral, that's better than nothing. Okay, so he doesn't really have any time left, so wait a minute, hang on. So on Clash Loot, this is about the same thing. The only problem is he's going to get a little bit more time, but then again, hopefully that does something important, as in immediately ends the fight. That'd be lovely. Kong, you were supposed to actually win that engagement, not lose it. Thanks. Well, I broke apart. I broke apart by clashing with it, thanks to all the bleed.
달려라 루신한테 정의는 승리한다.
쨍그랑 부위가 조각났어. 계속해도 돼.
Good!
그래서 카론이 안전벨트 잘하라고
Yeah, good. Now
했잖아.
we're defense level down 24. Go. Okay, good. Lovely! He's actually vulnerable now. Fancy that. The only problem is I don't actually have enough oomph for any of these, like, to keep this going, which is kind of a problem. Actually, no, I've got just enough for all of these attacks. Actually, I don't really need that. Okay, we're gonna save that for the next turn here, but I still can't fucking beat that! Oh my god. Okay, you know what? It's better if she... It's much better if that doesn't win. Keep him, you know, keep his time completely... Now, wait a minute. There's you! What can you do here aside from absolutely nothing? I mean, you might be able to actually kind of sort of affect the situation. Why the fuck not? We're kind of just throwing caution to the wind here. It does a whole tuber. I have not upgraded that at all. Actually, that did a shit ton of damage. What the fuck? That did 100 Wait a minute. Granted, that was probably mostly in the stack. Wait a minute. Why did that do so much damage? Why was that exactly what I need to do? What? What?
달려라
Wait,
루시한테.
defense level down. That's why. He's defense level in the floor. That's why. Or not really, because that was supposed to not really do much damage either. Well, that didn't do as much. That didn't do dramatically more damage. Actually, no, it went down. Okay. And Don tanked all of that somehow. Amazingly.
변상할 필요는
Somehow,
없으니까
Don Quixote tanked
계속해도
that.
돼.
I'd like to get, you know, Dimensional Rifts one of these days, please. Good lord. Okay. 16. That's the worst attack. Okay, so what else? Okay, that could win. Okay, now we have the terrible attacks in the middle of this switch. Okay, who's got the biggest coin here? That'd be you, which, hey, look at that. You can actually win. And then we'll just send Result and Honglu into this and see what happens. Now we're at full, just go down to the floor here. Win. Just win.
약해 빠져서는.
Wow, they finally stagger Rhodium. They finally stagger Rhodia after she delayed that for a whole. Oh, come on, Don! Okay, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. What the fuck, guys?
그래서 카론이 안전벨트.
Where the hell is Dimensional Rift, guys? We kind of need that! That's actually staggerable. So, I would love to have Dimensional Rift today, please. That would be lovely. Unfortunately, appears to be not in the cards. Okay, that's terrible. That's the best we've got, though I could attempt to poke him with that, but it's probably better to guarantee the damage on that. I don't know how much damage the counter is going to do. I wouldn't trust it to do that much damage if he does have defense down. Let's see what happens.
그렇게 할게요.
That was a terrible turn for half my team to get staggered, but oh well. This is a comedy act in general. Actually, I think that did enough damage to break that. Okay, two attacks got through.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, that's an instant from being staggered, so all I have to... Don, get in there. Get in there, Don. And everybody else file back on that attack. Just... Everyone else get in there. Don, sally forth and clear the way for everyone.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요?
Even though he probably will die before Don actually gets that attack. Oh, no, I still didn't get him. No, Don actually gets in. He's staggered now, though, so he can't attack, but get in there, guys. Don Quixote, gallivanting around like a moron, managed to distract him for just long enough for everyone else to get the attacks in. Was that based on? Yes, it was. Why? Because I want to find out if I can fucking win with her. I did it. Well, this is only a preview of the wonders of Chapter 7. I did it. It's over. He's dead. That was probably the most inefficient way of doing that, though. I did it. I won. If only I had 10 more minutes. No, a minute and a few more seconds even. I could have changed so much more if only I had the time. Or so I thought once upon a time. So, what did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know. I know what the burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from the other horribleness. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So listen up and listen close, because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Our assistant's expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper a distortion with a complicated classification code. And that's how the case of time-killing time was closed. But my, I'm so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator. Look at me, how beautiful I am. I have this giant portrait here. I am the God Emperor of this factory. Aha, behold, my portrait is finally complete. Isn't it so wonderful? So slow, everyone. Let's stop being lazy and get to work. Yes, chop chop. What our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change, not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Honglu? I'll be honest, I was scared to hell the moment I began thinking about how much of my own time could just get ripped away from me. I just wanted to understand. Because, to me, the world is full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral? Well, Honglu, not everyone lived a wonderful life, and so we're all fighting to try and actually get to the point of actually having a wonderful life. However, we also want to have time, once we reach that point, to enjoy the wonderful life when we get there. You wouldn't understand, Hong. You would have to grow up literally with nothing in order to properly understand it. It's beyond you. But I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Rhodia. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How did you know that? Watching you, Rhodia, reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin. That moment is so precious and so beautiful. Thank you, Ryoshu. Thank you, really. Amazing insights here. All right, lads and lasses, gather round. Who? Oh, Base Dawn, freed from jail, sallies forth into the IRS office, ready to receive her rewards. Congratulations, Don Quixote. We bestow upon you the award of Your Chapter is Next. Don Quixote's smile plummets. We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of time-killing time, and for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be all right with you, Ace Detectives? What an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Rhodia? Everything okay? I don't even know if I deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? Nonsense! You beat up communists! All in a day's work for an Ace Detective! Nonsense! But Rhodia, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. And you and Mersault tanked a lot of attacks that you couldn't actually clash with. I'd say everyone did a great job out there. Rhodia, Honglu, Ryoshu, all three of you, good work. You mean Honglu and Ryoshu? I just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. I was ridiculous. Well, that was only in the last 5 minutes, Rhodia. It's fine. Well, it is said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. Huh, that's funny. Is that what Lady Agatha said? No, I said it just now. It's me! I added my own page to this mystery. Yeah, it was me. I did it. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that LF. LF? It's 4 in the morning. I can't decipher her algorithms here. Acronyms. Algorithms. But they are complicated as math problems sometimes with this shit. Smile, detective. Haha, haha. Right. Can we huddle in a little closer together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small? When I haven't done anything. It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then. 1, 2, Rhodia, you didn't do... Rhodia, your past. If you're thinking about your past again, but remember, Rhodia, you didn't do nothing. No, you did something. It made things dramatically worse, but you did do something. Hold. They know. They know exactly how much they're bullying Dawn right now. They know and they're living it up. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the beginning. Chapter 7 is next. After this whole warp train shenanigan, which is going to be... Warp train. Who the fuck knows what's gonna happen on a warp train? Then again, since we're us, we'll probably... We may not be affected by the shenanigans of the warp train, but that might be even worse. Far, far worse. But we'll think about that horrible episode when we come to it, I suppose. Executive Director, it's time. Ah, Mai. Thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I made sure not to get even a speck of dust on it, so don't you worry about having to run it through a washer. He's literally Our assistant was the fucking president, basically? Ha! Why am I not surprised by this? Also, nice bob cut. I actually hope that's a girl, but the art is being androgynous again. Executive Director? When did he... It's been so long since I had a day this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case, not, you know... Let's see. Considering your rather competent command of the battlefield and that special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag an exceptional award. Actually, no. Perhaps you'd receive the distinctive award instead, since you can't explain the mechanism of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Ambiguous Project Moon. Yep. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Anyway, it's something that's been a thorn on... Anyway, always. Right, always. It's something that's been a thorn in my side as well. I have still not used my command seals. I could have used my command seals for that last battle, but yet again, I did not use the command seals. Do you know why I didn't use the command seals? Because I thought it was going to get worse. So that's why I did not use the command seals. This is why I also almost never use these special powers, unless I'm being an absolute retard. I did not use the command seals. I should have used the command seals when he rolled 8s. That would have been effective. However, I did not use the command seals. Maybe one day I'll remember. And also think it's a good idea to use it right now. Maybe one day I'll be more sensible and impulsive. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. Thing. My dream began to flow once again. One day, I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star. I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believe my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand why, but the mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of that star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. Yeah. Oh boy. I don't even... Damien? I don't think it's Damien. I think there's just some shit out there. Because the star is also going to play an important role with Don Quixote, because... Well, listen to the musical, you'll get it. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end. When there is no path left for the dream to go. But I was wrong. There it was, something rewinding time right before my eyes in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it is in my current hypothesis that you're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is still a potential. And that distortion that rips time is other proof that I do not know all there is to know about time. Not yet. There is a potential for me to still accomplish my dreams. I guess his dream was I wanted to be, well, I don't quite know. He wants to rewind time, obviously, that's clear, but what did he go to the outskirts and wish on the star for? So my dream, once still as a lake, has become a wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent, unafraid attitude towards time, it also left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on and on even after my death. And I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare to tread upon the road of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed, therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. However, also, I parsed that correctly, and you are still actually looking for immortality. You're just not looking for immortality itself, you're looking for the means to enable immortality by stopping time. Which, effectively, if you stop time, you would effectively become immortal. Because if you walked around with time frozen around you, or rather, time for you frozen while you still walked around and engaged with people, you would be functionally immortal. You would not age, because time does not apply to you specifically. How you would get that to work, and actually have that function, is the thing you're looking for. Dante says that they are having trouble following your train of thought. Oh, apologies. I must have been thinking aloud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude our business for the 10 billion time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if a case like this? If a case like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your lives stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. A little nap and you'd wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand that. Oh, almost skipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus Company handed me? That monolith in there really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them. as many as you have in stock. Oh, hello, Vergilius. What have you been? I'll take your whole stock! Cheers, that's a sale made. It was really pricey, too. Who knows? Maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith? What are you planning to do with... It's a secret. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in hearts until the starlit... under this starless sky. Sorry, it's 4 o'clock in the morning and my reading comprehension is plummeting. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Hubert. Hubert? Yeah, no, he looks something like that. He looks about a Howard Hubert or something like that. This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I mean, everyone needs ego gifts after a while. Why wouldn't anyone want to purchase those? Hubert looks like a Frank or a Bill. Yeah, Francis Hubert. That seems like a sensible name, right? I don't believe that the monoliths should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You do understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human. Not all of those have started with the intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. Yeah, like dynamite. You know how why Mr. Nobel invented TNT? He wanted to make mining safer, and then World War I happened. Oops. But yes, also, Vergilius, look on the bright side. If we hand these morons these things that cause distortions, they might cause a distortion. And you know what? That means more work for us. Holy shit, we're Cube now. We're literally causing the problem to solve the problem, to solve another problem. Great. The city really deserves no better, honestly. In other words, it depends. Do you really believe this to be a matter that you can just brush aside with Vergilius? You know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of a choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. We won't get to choose everything, but we're getting what we wanted anyway at the end of the deal. With that particular exchange between Faust and Vergilius, the bus sets off on another journey. Oh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Rhodia was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite, aha. Thus, this achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable amount of time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases and coating it with thin film, and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell if it was her due to the blurring, or her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang it here for all to see. But this doth carry great meaning, indeed, as my very first accomplishment. Thus shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. This is gonna come up later. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Aw, don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it. And that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yes, our achievement. Rhodia was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yes, it's been that the entire time. Wow, everybody else has crippling problems that they're barely walking over with crutches. Yep. Well, manager, don't dwell on this too far, because next chapter, depending on how things go, and if they go the way I think they're going to go, this is going to be true. You're going to have more of those people. We're going to have to give CPR to Don Quixote. We're going to have to administer purpose in life directly into the Don Quixote. I don't know how we're going to do that. That's going to be up to you, manager. You're going to have a fun time there. Everyone's going to have a fun time. So fun that no one's ever going to smile ever again. Yes, yet I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. One day we'll solve that problem along with all the other ones, probably. Or so drastically change literally everything that none of the problems matter anymore. Break everything break everything so badly that the consequences will never be the same. Doable, right? I think we can handle that. Can you ask Vergilius where we're headed next? Vergilius, Dante asks, at least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes, I've come to realize that it is about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination. Too bad I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Dante. Are we? Why? It didn't just clear the air. The statement alone caused the whole storm among the sinners. Storm of what? Actually, no one knows about the horrors of the warp train. Sorry, the people in the library. Actually, no, a handful of them have warp IDs, so they would know, because they would look into the warp IDs and be able to understand what's going on, even if they could just kind of delete the trauma. It helps when you can just turn it off, but you know. They know. Why are we going to a warp train? But I guess we'll find that out next time. Also, did I not do... What did I not EX? One of these I didn't EX, and that's unfortunate. 690, fantastic!
담배 한 갑에 굴창나서 5? 그딴 소리를 하는 거 보니 네 눈머리에 나사가 빠졌나 보군.
Okay, look on her, but that's for grinding purposes. Right, that's for grinding purposes, and I suppose with the rest of the money, gambling. Hey, a 10, a 9 pull. Wow, amazing. Let's go gambling. Because it's 4:30 a.m. I'm done, but let's see what we get out of the machine now. Perhaps we'll get lucky and I'll get both of them and I'll make my life very, very, very easy if I get both event IDs. I don't know if I'm going to use them in the future, but it would make the situation here very much better. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. I do need these shards though, so that's doing something. Nope. 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 Still no. All right, one more. We're gonna put actual money in there because it won't be a 10 pull without the 10th one. No. Damn. But anyway, one more into the actual wishing well. Here you go. Here's some actual lunacy and not the free shit you're selling in the shop. Nothing. Damn. But, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Nope. Nothing easy, huh? Well, I suppose I've gotten streamer luck before anyway, so there's that. None of it today, but you see, this is why I don't really have very good IDs aside from the ones we started the game with, because I was spamming, you know, the gacha every 5 seconds in order to get them. And I got most of them. Unfortunately, after a while, I just stopped getting any good IDs. But, so, I guess all the luck went into Maid Ryoshu, and that's it. What a shame. But, so, ladies and gentlemen, that's the show for this evening. That's time killing time. I'll be back with the next event. I will grind all of this off screen, because, unfortunately, I haven't got a lot of time to kill. But, I'll get everything I'll get out of the event. But the story is done. I'll see you next time for Limbus Company. There's a lot of things that I'm going to be doing in the background, so there's plenty going on here on the show, even before we, have more Limbus Company to play. But, well, always a pleasure here. It's just that almost never prepared to play this game properly, but hey, I'm gonna try and keep track of this shit. I'd like to actually be here for the entirety. But so, warp train, and then once we were deposited out of the warp train, we wind up back at we wind up back at chapter 7, which, yeah, this is gonna be a thing as we keep talking about. But, okay, that's it. I'm done, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, or good morning. I will see you all next time.